You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, Friday night, 11 p.m., January 27th, 2023. Today we're playing a fan-made case for Sherlock Holmes consulting detective called The Curse. This is a case written by Martinez Conradi, who has written two other cases we've played on the channel that have been fantastic. One was called The Magenta Book, and the other one was called The Anniversary, one of my favorite Sherlock Holmes consulting detective cases we've played. Martinez has told us that I don't understand how he's making these games at such a rapid clip. This one has been made in the interim between now and when we play The Anniversary, which I don't understand. But we are told by Martinez that this one may have a couple typos, so we're going to play it in sort of the spirit of play testing, and maybe we'll offer some comments if we have it. And as noticed, I'm wearing a new t-shirt from one of my favorite movies of all time, The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly with Clint Eastwood. If you don't know some of the history of Clint Eastwood, it's quite fascinating, his career as a director. There are lots of actors who have tried their hand at directing, but I'm not sure any actor has made the transition to directing and been so beloved by other actors. You listen to people talking about him as a director, and some of them are like, this is the best director I've ever worked with over the course of my career. It's very interesting. And I've went and rewatched Unforgiven recently, which is a pretty extraordinary movie. So, an interesting person. All right. Anyone else? Ron Howard, Matt brings up, says the only other one I can think of. Yes, that's a good second example, Ron Howard. John says, John Duggett, who I think is Jonathan Warner, says, did you gift two friends The Bad or the Ugly? No, I haven't gotten The Bad or the Ugly yet. Although I know the guy who plays the bad is Van Cleef. I don't remember the name of the guy who's the ugly. It's an amazing movie. All right, so anything else we need to catch up on before we get started? Yesterday we did a live stream Q&A. I did a live stream Q&A. Some of you joined me for it. And tomorrow we're off, and then on Sunday we'll have our play-by-mail game, The Case of the Blinded Birders turn. And yesterday I recommended watching Shin Ultraman, which I liked. I didn't love nearly as much as I loved Shin Godzilla. And Tina says, sorry about the anniversary. One more nitpick. How the cabmen were paid and were given instructions, and then they were not. And Tina's still thinking about the anniversary case. I don't remember. My memory's not that good. It's all gone from me. Anything else to catch up on before we start this case here? I posted images of my new Sherlock Holmes consulting detective mat, which takes up this entire table. You might be wondering why we're not playing with that. It's actually not well suited for filming. It looks great, but it's too big. I can't get the camera zoomed out to the entire table, and I can't reach it. That's really a mat for playing off camera when you want to walk around the table, or just leaving as a sort of dust cover on the table. And Megan says she's watching this on an airplane, apparently, from Salt Lake City to Austin. Interesting. All right. The Curse, which I know nothing about. I don't know if Martinez is going to join us for some of this, but he certainly will respond to any comments after the fact if he doesn't join us during the playthrough. All right, let's read. I actually did not test my zoom in cubes. I hope it doesn't need recalibration. Looks like we're probably okay, although the default view, I could probably zoom out a little bit. Okay, here we go, The Curse. 3rd of March, 1891. Yeah, I guess I can zoom out a little bit. Or, all right, so there's our introduction. But actually, let me... Okay, it's midnight. We're alone in the parlor of 221B Baker Street, awaiting the arrival of a man Holmes had implored us to meet. Wiggins is conspicuously absent. The door opens to admit a stocky man in his mid-30s. He has a chin on which you could strike matches and an equally sulphurous expression as he whips a worn bowler from his head. Employing Holmes's methods, we deduce that he has recently traveled and that he arrived here without freshening up first, given his rumpled clothes, the purple circles under his eyes, and the battered suitcase in his right hand. His left hand holds a ticket stub from the Liverpool Street station. "All right," he says warily, his voice marked by an unfamiliar accent. "You lot are watching me like wolves watch a rabbit. You must be Holmes's Baker Street irregulars. I am Nathan Meyer, the detective from Cape Town Holmes told you about. We have a ready riposte ready, but a different man suddenly barges into the room, dressed in nothing but a nightshirt. He collapses against Detective Meyer, as desperate for air as a landed fish. You need to come now. Now, Inspector Lestrade has been attacked. He's unable to speak for several seconds until Mrs. Hudson arrives with a small brandy. I am Victor Hatherley. I own the building at 53 Baker Street. I let rooms like Mrs. Hudson here. Inspector Lestrade arrived only a few moments ago, insisting on seeing the topmost room. He has been attacked. You must come with me now." As a free lead, investigators may now visit 53 Northwest. All right, so this is a weird scene. We've got a detective who comes in from Cape Town. I guess he's from South Africa. I believe Martinez is from South Africa. And then as he's waiting to tell us, he says Holmes told us about him coming. Holmes implored us to meet. He arrives, and then right before he can start, a new man comes in, Victor Hatherley, and he says Inspector Lestrade has been attacked. All right. So somehow we never met this guy we were starting out meeting. And here's our copy of the Times for this case. 3rd of March, 1891. Let's not read this yet. Let's do our thematically, since this seems like this is important for us to hurry over to see Inspector Lestrade. Let's go there right now. But first, let's mark on our board where we're going. Okay, so we're starting out at Baker Street, and now we're going to 53. Where this guy is letting a room to Inspector Lestrade. Why does Inspector Lestrade have to rent a room? Doesn't he have a house nearby? Near Scotland Yard? Makes you wonder why he's come to let a room. All right, where's my 53? There's 52, 54. There's 53. Okay. Okay, we can go to 53 for free. Let's do that. Okay, here we are, 53 Northwest. Nearly all the residents in Victor Hatherley's building are sound asleep until we arrive. We charge up the stairs and through the hallways fast enough that our hobnailed boots scuff the floorboards, doors open, and imprecations blast out. I say, what the devil? Have you no sense of decency? We reach the top floor and find Inspector Lestrade. He's not lying in a pool of blood as we had feared. Instead, we discover him fuming like a sailor, holding a lantern and exploring a spacious sitting room. We notice that the room is completely unfurnished, except for a single ancient and quite comfy-looking chair by the curtainless window. Inspector Lestrade? Nathan Meyer asks. Yes, what? When he wheels around to face us, his lantern casts a glow on his cheek where a mighty bruise is forming. Sounds like he might have been on a stakeout across the street from someplace. He says, "Oh, it's you, Nathan. Holmes said you might pay London a visit. Haven't seen you in years. Looks like you've had it about as rough as any of us. I see you've already met the intrepid Baker Street irregulars. No doubt the lot of you will want to know what's happened." He gestures vaguely at his cheek. "This morning at 9:15, I received this note at Scotland Yard. Some toff's personal carriage brought it, but I never saw which family it belonged to." And he got brought a note. Okay, written on A.W. Faber Stationers. Tonight, around midnight, 53 Baker Street, bring your finest officers. And we see the O's of this typewriter are very dark for some reason. Typewriter defect. Anything else jump out at us about this? Not really, other than it's written very short. Very narrow. I think you might finish that on one line. Bring your finest officers. Okay, so someone directed them to come here. Let's keep reading. Nathan inspects the note before passing it to the rest of us. High-end typewriter, I'd say. High-quality paper, too. Sender went to no trouble to hide the stationers. He glances around the nearly empty room. I noticed you didn't follow the instructions to the letter. What? Do you think I would bring 10 of my best lads down here only to look a fool when nothing happens? No, sir, not me. So what happened? Just as the clocks chimed midnight, I approached the door to this room and bang! Inspector Lestrade slams his hand down on the lonely chair. The door flings open and some chap comes bursting out like he's fleeing from the four horsemen. He punches me right under the eye and hairs off. If you ask me, he landed that punch on reflex. It was so bloody dark for him to identify me. It was probably too bloody dark for him to identify me. Hell, I certainly didn't have time to notice anything about him before I was on my back and looking at the ceiling. Then I told the landlord to get himself over to 221B since it's so close, and I started inspecting this room. There's nothing here in the way of clues. I already looked. Just this old chair and a whole lot of empty air. We would never disparage the intellect of the great Inspector Lestrade. It is only in honor of Mr. Holmes that we conduct a search of our own. But our labors confirm Lestrade's verdict. Just as I told you, he gloats. No footprints, no weapons, nothing. Mr. Victor Hatherley enters the room to say that as he ran to fetch us, he saw a man fleeing pell-mell down Blandford Street towards Marleybone Street. Okay, Hatherley saw someone. Saw someone at the time when he was on his way to fetch us. Once again, our conversation is interrupted. A woman in her early 40s appears in the doorway behind Mr. Victor Hatherley. Her brown hair is liberally laced with gray, and numerous strands have escaped from her hat, but her uniform remains neat and marks her as a well-paid housekeeper. "Here you are," she exclaims. "You must follow me now, please. It's Mrs. Dywan from 41 High Street. She's dead." Slowly we turn and notice that the windows of this room, offer a clear view of the very address the woman had just mentioned. I knew someone was looking from this room across the street. In the distance, our eyes spy a well-lit room on the very top floor of the lavish home on 41 High Street. 4 figures are bustling about a body lying sprawled on the floor. As a free lead, investigators may now visit 41 Northwest. All right, so we've rushed into this room. Lestrade got a note to be here around midnight, as if someone wanted us to witness something. A guy bolts out, punches Lestrade in the face, although Lestrade thinks it was so dark he didn't know who was there. He heard something too, right? He gets the thing at 9:15. He says, "I approached the room to this door and bang." Slams his hand down on the lonely chair. The door flings open. So, did he hear the sound and then the door flung open? Or was what he heard the door being banged open? I think he might have heard a gunshot from this room. Maybe someone shot from this room into the room across the way. Is that what we're going to discover? Probably. Okay, and then someone fleeing down Blandford towards Marleybone. All right, let's see if we can spatially line all this up. So we're here at 53. And we're told that someone is actually, the woman is dead here at 41. I haven't calibrated this top camera. I don't know if it's going to zoom in. Okay, so it will zoom in a little, but it's not much help. So 53 looking over at 41 is what we're told. And now we can walk over to 41 for free. Don't forget that it says free because some people like to keep track of how many leads they follow and compare their score with Sherlock Holmes. But since I don't do that, I don't even bother with that. Jonathan says, "I think the Inspector Lestrade showed up and wanted to see the occupant of the top room." I think he said, might note that the note was typed on Faber stationer. That's a good point. And our guy even notices that he made no attempt to hide the stationer. And a cab brought him the note, making him think it's from some rich family. That's right. Can we see the roads? I forgot. That's what we wanted to see. Okay, so someone was seen running down Blandford towards Marleybone. Okay, so there's Blandford and there's Marleybone. So I think it's saying someone came out of this building, either here, is running down this street towards this street. That's all. We lose him here. So we don't know if he turned down Marleybone. Did he keep... Oh, no. Here's Marleybone. Let's see. It's hard to read on this camera. I could actually move it, but if I can move it into the high-quality camera. There we go. Okay, so 53 is Manchester. Okay, so... someone came out of this building, ran down Blandford towards Marleybone. So Blandford looks like it kind of turns into Marleybone. here. So he lost this man somewhere down this way. Could have been heading up towards our victim's house or been escaping. Don't know. All right, well, let's head over to 41. Let's see what has happened here. Mrs. Daiwan. So in this case, we seem to be accompanied by a South African detective. So for some reason, Holmes wanted us to meet him. All right, let us get ourselves to 41. 41 is a big, long entry. When we played Queen's Park, one of the things I missed was some big, long entries. And Martinez has come by to join us. Okay, no hints. No hints. All right, here we are at 41 across the street. Let's see what we got. Were it not for the somber circumstances, we might have enjoyed a tour of the fine property at 41 High Street, but the housekeeper, Mrs. Lavender Keystone, leads us to the top floor at a brisk trot. Let me just make sure. Well, there's only 41. There's only 141 in each neighborhood. Okay. Eventually, we follow her down a narrow hallway, its walls crowded with paintings, all in the same style, a black background and a pentagram in lurid red. When we reach the door at the end of the hallway, we are admitted to the room we glimpsed from 53 Baker Street. All right, so already we've got the trademark of Martinez cases, that we've got some occult stuff going on here. Okay, so we're now in the room that we were looking at from across the way. The circular room is bare of furniture. 5 pentagrams have been etched on the floor in chalk. One large and red in the center, surrounded by 5 smaller pentagrams in white. A woman's dead body waits in the center of the room over the scuffed remains of the red pentagram. She is dressed in a simple robe of white silk, and our immediate assessment opines that she is in her late 60s. Green, bloodshot eyes stare at the ceiling. Her limbs are rigid and bent at awkward angles. The shards of a broken wine glass lie close at hand, with only the smallest trace of wine remaining. The bottle is safe in the hands of a man standing in a corner of the room, his eyes wide, his mouth slack. He's attired in a white robe, a twin to the victim's garb, but in his case, the material bulges around a rotund belly that supports his long gray beard. We noticed small shards of gray clay at his feet. The only other occupant of the room is a similarly robed, a woman in her mid-30s, red-haired and blue-eyed. Can you name everyone who was with her a moment ago? Nathan asks Mrs. Keystone. Yes, sir. Her voice breaks, but she closes her eyes and suppresses a sob before answering in clear, measured tones. Mr. Rutherford Ulner and Mrs. Fiona Forsland are still here. Mr. Rutherford lives in London, but Mrs. Forsland is from Dublin and is staying here with us. I don't see Miss Ursula Martineau, nor Mr. Milburn. They must have left after I went to fetch you. Mr. Gunderson Wilkie is also gone. So we've got names of people who are at this seance of sorts. The 2 people still in this room are the rotund Mr. Rutherford Ulner and this woman, Fiona. The rest of them left, and then this one person, Gunderson, is gone. She doesn't say they left, so he may have left earlier. Now she continues. When I raced out the front door, I remember seeing a footman and a coach. The boy yelled something about Mr. Wilkie's office, but my mind was focused on finding you. On that point, Nathan interrupts, how did you know where we were? Well, I was downstairs in the dining room when it happened. Mr. Holmes Milburn ran into the room and instructed me to summon you from 53 Baker Street, having heard that Mrs. Diwan was dying. I didn't ask any questions. Mr. Holmes Milburn? Is this going to be Holmes dressed up as someone? I didn't ask any questions. Dying? This Mr. Milburn said she was dying? Yes, he said she was convulsing violently. Are there any other servants in the house? Not at the moment, no. I'm the only servant who lives here with Mrs. Diwan. Apart from the butler, Mr. Brackenridge, but he's presently with his ill mother at 27 Brick Street. Okay, so we could talk to the butler, Mr. Brackenridge. Maybe he's out of here because he doesn't like this occult stuff. Okay, so we ask, Mr. Keystone does not live here? There is no Mr. Keystone anymore. Nathan turns to us and asks that one of us take Mr. Rutherford Ulner and Miss Fiona Forsland away from the body into another room. But keep an eye on them both, he whispers before addressing Mrs. Keystone again. Please tell us precisely how the evening played out. The housekeeper speaks in clipped tones as if reciting a recipe. My employer, Mrs. Evangeline Diwan, considers herself a magician. I make no judgment on the matter. The members of her circle all arrived at 11. They are Mr. Rutherford Ulner, Mrs. Fiona Forsland, Miss Ursula Martineau, Mr. Gunderson Wilkie, and Mr. Holmes Milburn, who only joined the group last week. This is Sherlock Holmes dressed up in an outfit, I think. Okay. He's recently joined the group. I served tea in the parlor where they conversed until just before midnight. At that point, all of them came to this room, as they did on every night when Mrs. Diwan was convened a meeting. And is there a Mr. Diwan? He died 8 years ago of a stroke. Thank you, Mrs. Keystone. We may wish to speak to you again later. How about you let her tell us a little bit more about when this dying occurred? Okay, she's done though. Of course, if I can help in any way, count on me. Turning to us, Nathan says, right, my friends, I don't see Holmes about the place unless he's learned an invisibility spell. Let's see if us mere mortals can muddle our way to the bottom of this. I say we interview Forsland and Ulner. Fiona Forsland is a tall, slender, and ashen-faced. Her lips quiver but release no sound until Nathan lays a hand on her shoulder. Please try again, Mrs. Forsland. What happened tonight? Well, we arrived at 11 p.m., all of us, at the same time, even that new fellow, Holmes Milburn. We had tea in the parlor. Then at midnight we entered the summoning room. That's where Evangeline made her announcement. Yes? Well, she said that Kevin Zucker had been assaulting her by magical means. She said he would release a death curse upon her tonight. She asked that we band together to shield her. So we entered the summoning room. She opened the curtains like she always did. It emits the light from beyond the outer night, you see. Then Rutherford brought the blessed wine. He opened the bottle, poured one glass for Evangeline, and then we formed a circle around her. She drank the glass in one gulp, and Mrs. Forsland shudders and covers her face in her hands. Well, she started shaking, and Milburn ran out. And I don't remember anything else until you arrived. Nothing apart from how Evangeline just shook and went rigid. Next, we turn our attention to Mr. Rutherford Ulner, who has been waiting for us in a separate room. He clasps the bottle in his long, spindly fingers, turning it round and round, eyes fixed on the liquid inside. Every now and then he lifts the bottle to his nose to sample its odor. His version of events match Mrs. Forsland's. My carriage is outside. Will you accompany me to my home? There's something I wish to show you. Visiting Rutherford Ulner's home at 67 Northwest will count as a separate lead. Investigators are now free to go wherever they wish. Okay, and then we've got, it looks like, for the first time, we've seen Martinez has created, I'll just give you a quick glance at them, has created a couple sections that we're only supposed to read when we have certain keywords. It's a little awkward here to know which section is which, but okay, so we need to make a note here. Let's just put this back. So we need to make a note that 41 Northwest, 41, well, let's see, let's keep track of where we went. We went to 53 Northwest. This is the empty room where Lestrade was attacked. And then 41 Northwest is Mrs. Dewan and her pentagram group. And now we should remember to come back with keywords. Ireland and sensible, it looks like. So if we happen to get one of those keywords, we'll come back to this location. All right, well, there's lots of people mentioned here. Lots of people, in fact. Okay, we've got the housekeeper, Lavender Keystone. I believe we asked her, and she said she didn't have a husband, if I'm remembering correctly. She tells us about the people. She tells us that there was a footman and a coach mentioning Wilkie's office. So it looks like maybe we might be able to find Wilkie if we can talk. We'll either look at a cab log or look for his business office if we can find what his business was. Then we've got Holmes Milburn, who we think might be Sherlock Holmes. Somehow he knows she's dying, which we thought was interesting. We've heard about Brackenridge, the butler, who lives at 27 Brick Street, which we could find what neighborhood that is. Okay, we ask about her husband. She says he's dead. Then we talk to the two who are here, Rutherford Ulner and Fiona Forsland. And then she mentions the other people. Ursula Marino, Mr. Gunderson, Wilkie, and Mr. Holmes. Okay. Tells us of the scene, how she says someone is using a magic spell on her. We arrived at 11 p.m., all of us. They have tea. They go into the summoning room, whatever that is. And she claims this person, Kevin Zucker, is casting this bad, assaulting her by magical means. She opens up the curtains. It's a little suspicious that she's opened up the curtains where this person across the way can see her. Then she drank a glass of wine. Sounds like she's the only one who's had that wine. And that's maybe put her into convulsions. And the guy who's holding the wine is smelling it as if he's suspicious that maybe it caused her to have these convulsions. And then Rutherford Allner wants us to travel home with him because he wants to show us something. And there we go. Okay, so let's make our list, I guess, of places to go and people to care about. Kevin Zucker. Then we've got Ursula Mariano, Gunderson Wilkie, Holmes Milburn. Then we've got the Butler. Those are the Pentagram group, along with the two that were in there already, which was Fiona Forsland, who we've talked to, and Rutherford Allner. Okay, and then we also hear about, Kevin Zucker is not in the group. He's the one doing the magic against her. And then we've got a Mr. Brackenridge. Is there anyone that I didn't write down from our previous visits? Okay, let's catch up on the chat. Wiggins was absent. Could he have been the person across the street? Was he working with Holmes, but the plan went sideways? Sounds like she was poisoned, but then what's with the man in the other window? I don't think Wiggins would have punched Lestrade. Wiggins is a loose cannon. Is it true that Wiggins isn't with them? Let me just read the introduction. Wiggins is conspicuously absent. Okay, very good point. That is a... Why is it zoomed up so much? Wiggins is conspicuously absent. That's a very good point. We're told that Lestrade got punched in the face by someone who couldn't see him because it was totally dark. So I don't think it would be surprising at all that that might be Wiggins in that room that punched Lestrade, but not intending to. What's the deal with this detective from Cape Town that Holmes told us about and wanted us to meet? He implored us to meet. Holmes implored us to meet this guy. Interesting. All right, let's just make in our list here. Let's put Wiggins here, just so we don't forget that Wiggins is absent. And then let's not forget that we've got Nathan Meyer, who we don't know what his role in all this is. Okay, and we've got an address. Sorry, before I close this, we did get an address for not forget our note also. Let me add Evangeline Dewan here. What was the oh, and then Victor Hatherley is the owner of this place. Got a lot of names here already. What was the status of Evangeline? Is she dead? Because what didn't we see? Her hands were in rigor mortis, right? Her arms are all bent and broken. So like, she is dead, right? It does sound like she got poisoned. She's dressed in a simple robe, late 60s. Green, bloodshot eyes stare at the ceiling. Her limbs are rigid and bent at awkward angles. Then she dropped her wine glass. All right, so she is dead. He's got small shards of gray clay at his feet. What do you make of that? This guy who's still there. What's happening here with this zoom in? Why is it? Oh, it's because the cubes are still visible on the side. Okay, what about this guy? This guy here, he's got small shards of gray clay at his feet. What do you think that means? And then the woman in her mid-30s, red-haired and blue-eyed, that's Fiona. All right. 67 Northwest is Rutherford. 67 Northwest. And the game now says we can go anywhere we want. All right. So I think thematically we should follow him home. 67 Northwest. All these people live in this rich Northwest. All right, let's follow Rutherford home. He wants us to escort him home. He's got something he wants to show us. Let's see what he wants to show us. Mr. Rutherford Olner's eyes remain dazed as he leads us through the gate to his property and across an obsessively manicured lawn towards an imposing marble mausoleum. A lock the size of a fist sits on a great iron door, and, after producing a key from his white robe, Mr. Olner clicks it open. "This is the only key. I stake my honor on it." Stooping inside the door, he locates and lights two small lanterns, passing one to Nathan. "Now follow me, please." Down a steep stone staircase we descend and discover not tombs to his ancestors, but 3 rows of wooden racks housing bottles of wine. We count 15 bottles. "Every bottle here," Mr. Olner continues, his voice suddenly intense enough to suit a priest, "was corked during the 17th century by practitioners of the art. Some were bottled and corked on full moons, on a solstice or some other auspicious time. Please examine the bottles." Nathan walks slowly past each rack, selecting the bottles at random before holding them to his lantern. "They are sealed with clay, all of them." There's our clay shards. "Poisoners," Mr. Olner announces, "might yet bypass a cork. But if any one of these bottles had been tampered with, I would have known. The fragile clay would have been cracked. No needle or other method of introducing poison to the wine would have succeeded. I appreciate that I must rank among your first suspects, but Fiona will testify that the clay seal was in place until I cracked it open, and immediately poured a glass for Evangeline, as is the custom on summoning nights. "How often are such nights convened?" Nathan asks. "Oh, as often as Evangeline called them. This was the first one this year." Remember, we're in March. "And what do you think happened tonight, Mr. Ulner?" "Well, I think Kevin Zucker struck her down, just as Evangeline predicted he would. They were rivals, you see, for years." "And can you guess why the other members of your circle fled the scene?" "Well, Ursula and Gunderson, I don't know. My mind was too frazzled to notice much after Evangeline collapsed in a heap of spasms." "What about this Holmes Mailburn?" "Oh, he joined the group last week. I don't know anything about him. He must have met and impressed Evangeline at some point." As we leave the dark depths and enter the moonlight, a lowly footman hails us. "If it pleases you to know, I can testify that no one but Mr. Ulner has entered that place this entire week." He winks, and we are startled to recognize Wiggins' face. But we maintain our composure so that his ruse remains intact. "The master keeps a tiny amount of strychnine on the premises for pest control, but it's under lock and key. I have not observed anything legally questionable afoot here. Now off you go. I have places to be." Returning to the main gate across the manicured lawn, we glance back to see Mr. Ulner slumping by the entrance to his sacred wines. His shoulders begin to shudder. And that's it. Next one starts a new location. Okay, so we've found Wiggins, who's acting as a lowly footman. And he's been working here at least for the last week. No one but Ulner has entered the place. And he says there is strychnine on the premises, but no one could have gotten to it. And he says nothing weird has been going here. I wonder if this disproves the idea that Wiggins was across the street. Hard to say. So this guy is saying, "I'm the source of the wine, but it's been specially made so that it's hard to poison." I wonder if we might not, the classic thing with the poison is if it's not in the liquid, it's pre-put into the glass. I wonder if we might not read again the story of who gave her the glass. They opened the thing. He opened the bottle, poured one glass. That's it. So it doesn't say where her glass came from. Oh, sorry, I was reading the wrong thing. She drank the glass in one gulp. And then the glass drops and shatters on the ground when we found the body. Okay. Well, it makes sense that our next job is to track down all the rest of the people that we heard about in this very compelling initial scene. We've got the butler to talk to. We've got the other people, members of the seance, to talk to. We've got the person she claims was trying to kill her by magic, or assault her. And then we could also try to track down who this person who's with us from Liverpool Station, this detective. I guess it seems like he's on our side, surely. Holmes wanted us to meet him and all that. Maybe you guys have some other ideas of other places to go other than these people. We got a little bit of a hint that maybe a cab ride might tell us where this one guy Wilkie came from, or maybe looking him up in the business directory for his office. But I think it's probably time for a break. We'll come back and we will get started. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. I was just thinking about, I think Holmes is the one who says don't try to come up with theories, just give him facts, but we like to come up with theories along the way. Would it make sense that they thought they were going to catch someone trying to kill her at this event? And so could Holmes have written the note to Lestrade to try to get him? It sounds like the plan was to get Lestrade in this observation room so that maybe he could see this attack on Evangeline, that Holmes was there, he was going to prevent, but then they would capture the guy or woman who tried to attack Evangeline. So, like, was this a setup to try to catch the person trying to hurt Evangeline that's gone wrong? Because they were hoping to get Lestrade up there so he could observe this event where someone tried to attack her. And instead she was poisoned, and that's why Wiggins has to rush across, or whoever. And then maybe our guy from Cape Town, the detective, was called in for some other reason related to catching the person in this case, but things have gone wrong. That would probably mean they suspect one of those people in that pentagram room as being the one who killed her, and that maybe that's our mission here, is to figure out which one of those people have been trying to harm her, and in this case they managed to poison her. It sounds like they always do this ritual the same way. She always drinks from the wine glass, so if we could figure out who had their hands on that wine glass. And Tina then says, why 10 men across the street? I mean, the 10 men are to capture whoever they observe trying to kill her. But you could, the more reasonable question would be, why not? Why wouldn't Holmes tell Lestrade that, hey, this is Sherlock Holmes writing you, be here, so that you can catch this person? Why would why would the note be left anonymously? So, okay, here's an alternate explanation for that. It's not Holmes writing Lestrade the note, but maybe like Evangeline. Maybe Evangeline knows that if she tells the police that thinks someone's going to hurt her, they won't believe her. So she thinks maybe this kind of note will get them to show up, even if they don't believe her that someone's trying to kill her. The action was at the home across the street. Well, I think the idea would be that she wants, or whoever wants, the police to observe someone trying to kill her. Like someone's been trying to kill her behind the scenes for the last month, let's say. Well, if the police come to her house, then the person's not going to try to kill her, and this thing would go on. So her hope is to lure someone to try to harm her and have the police observe it. That would be the theory behind this, that you're sort of laying a trap for this murderer to reveal themselves. So you can't have the police come to the actual scene. You have to have the police observe it. All right, where would you like to go first? We could try to track down some of these people. How about we try to track down the butler? I'm sort of curious about him. Breckenridge. We're told what street he lives on. Let me just get that again. The butler is with his ill mother at 27 Brick Street. Let's figure out where 27 Brick Street is. Is it in the Northwest? Probably not. The butler probably can't afford to live in this Northwest neighborhood, right? Let's see here. Actually, it is. It's down here in the Northwest, near Hyde Park. That's a pretty fancy, but maybe the butler has a rich mother. Okay, so it's 27 Northwest. Let's go there. So, keeping our notes, 67 is Rutherford's wine cellar. 27 Northwest is the butler. Let's see what he has to say for himself. The elderly Mrs. Breckenridge is a lovely old lady who confirms that her son attends to her as often as he can. She also verifies that he arrived at her home at 7 p.m. on March the 3rd and remained with her for the entire night. At least I'm certain he did, but I fell asleep at 9. I'm quite a heavy sleeper, she says. So that's it. That's the entirety of that entry. So it's not quite an alibi. And we have no other way to talk to him any further. All right, well, he doesn't have a strong alibi. More importantly, we can't talk to him. I'm just going to write down his non-alibi after 9 p.m. Okay, where to next? We can look up the person she accused of trying to kill her. We could talk to we could try to find any other people that were at that meeting. Paper. Paper. Okay, good idea. Paper. Let's take a look. Let's read the paper. All right, here we go. Tuesday, March 3rd, and that's when this event happens at midnight on March 3rd. So here's the paper from that day. I believe that's right. Okay, here we go. Here are the personals. To the persons who sing every other Wednesday evening outside the Beaufort boarding house with extraordinary confidence in your own talents, I'm grateful that you have reduced the frequency of your performances. However, I find that I must still urge you to either desist or else to seek a location less public for your exuberance. Someone doesn't like these people singing. Now, that's probably irrelevant for us, except if the Beaufort boarding house is near our crime scene where they might have seen something. So we might want to note for ourselves whether this happens to be near the scene of our crime, if they're hanging out outside. So let's just put a little question mark on that one. Okay. Charitable event hosted by Lady Tinker. A social gathering in celebration of the generous character of the British people will be hosted by Lady Rowena Tinker at her country estate in the Herefordshire on May 20th. The main event of the evening will comprise a masked ball featuring the highly recommended French musicians Edward Diad, Emily Lupin, and Enrique de Patin, followed by prizes to be awarded for finest historical costume. All proceeds collected by the event will be put towards charitable purchases. Also, starting this week, donations of money or clothes may be delivered at 55 Park Lane Northwest. 55 Park Lane, it's pretty close to our scene. It's down near Hyde Park. I'll just make a note of it since that's in our neighborhood. Although I'm not sure how useful it's going to be, people seeing things around the scene of the crime, because clearly this was a poisoning happening in the interior of the house. To the editor of the Times, it is my view as a law-abiding citizen and as one concerned for the moral character of the British people that our English theaters should not play host to such deplorable and ethically dubious narratives as the ludicrous play that was staged this week at the Alhambra Music Hall. The Persian Prince is a veritable outrage, unsuitable even for the heathen nations which it ostensibly portrays. Situations. Teacher of English, Geography, and History in a small country school in Badger's Drift, Midsummer Country. Apply at 67 Northwest. Okay, another 67 Northwest. Required. A manservant who has been page under a butler to work in the family of a prominent London bank manager. Superb references a must. Experience with large house preferred. Apply at 5 Warren Street, Northwest. Another Northwest address. Required. Estate manager to oversee country estate in Ireland. Outstanding references a must. Apply at 34 Shoe Lane. International. British citizen found dead in suspicious circumstances in Ceylon. As reported by the Times 2 days ago, a man named Jonathan Fairfax died in the Crown Colony of Ceylon 2 days ago. Regrettably, we are unable to report new details about his death, except to say that authorities in Ceylon are now treating it as a case of murder. Mutilation might have occurred. Advertising. Poole & Company offer a unique selection of fashionable canes, watches, hats, and suits for the discerning gentleman. Finsbury Square, 10 East Central. There you go, some discerning gentlemen. Congestion caused by broken carriage. Around 10:15 last night, a carriage belonging to Lord Bartholomew Grant broke down in Northumberland Avenue, causing a major obstruction of the flow of traffic. Much consternation followed as rain threatened to descend. Fortunately, the latter eventually did not occur, but many travelers in that thoroughfare were late in getting home from the theater since the wreckage could not be cleared from the street for 1 hour. Lord Grant, who's visiting with friends in London and who was returning from a performance of The Persian Prince, claims that the greatest injury was the simple inconvenience of being surrounded by beggars seeking to exploit the event. He further explained that one of the shafts on his carriage had broken. Interesting. And here's another reference to the Persian Prince at the Alhambra Music Hall. Sounds like the game is sort of giving us some hint about something happening at this location that might make it easier for us to track someone down. Entertainment. Duckett and the Oxford Music Hall proudly announces its production of a play titled The Arabian Adventure. Starts next week, Monday. Advertising. Duckett and Company offer the finest, most advanced, and most reliable typewriters, suitable for all business ventures and clerical work, as well as personal writing projects. Visit Duckett and Company at 27 Kennan Street, EC. Okay, well, it seems like maybe that would be a good place to go for an opinion about this typewriter that this note was written on. With the weird O's, they might be able to help us locate what kind of typewriter that is. Okay, so the most promising things in the newspaper for us were this typewriter, and then these people outside that might have seen something. Let's see where the Beaufort boarding house is. Let's look up under boarding houses. Beaufort House, 7 Northwest. Okay, let's see where 7 Northwest is relative to our stuff. Okay, so 7 Northwest is here. So we know the man was seen fleeing down this street towards Marylebone. If they kept going, that would have taken them by 7 Northwest. So if our intention is to maybe catch the person who was fleeing, who our gut tells us could have been Wiggins, then it's possible that these singers might have seen someone running by them after midnight or sometime after midnight. Let me, before I forget, mark the other places. So 67 Northwest was the Rutherford Olner. There's the guy that had the wine cellar, the wine crypt. And then 27 Northwest was the butler down on Brick Street. All right. '67, this is the guy who was actually at the event. So, okay, so there's a potential place. In fact, let us make a little red mark there so we don't forget to visit that place. Kind of hard to see with that mark there. In fact, last time I tried taking these off with my finger, I cut the paper. Okay. And then there was something else in the paper other than the other than the typewriter shop, there was this whole thing about this accident. This would have been the night before. 10:15 last night. This is actually, and then for 1 hour. So actually, this is near our time, right? Because this is now saying that at 10:15 this happened, and then up to 11:15 it took to be cleared, right? And our event, we're told, happened on a schedule. We're told when it started, right? What are we told about when it was started? We arrived at 11 p.m., all of us at the same time. Then at midnight, we entered the summoning room. Okay. So they all arrive at 11 p.m. And then midnight is the death. Sometime around midnight when they come and get us. Now, what does that mean? Because from 10:15 to 11 p.m., there's a traffic problem. Many travelers in the thoroughfare were late. I feel like we're getting some information here. Northumberland Avenue. I think this is telling us that people on this travel fair would be late, but all of our people showed up on time. Let's find where this happened. Broke down in Northumberland. Many travelers in that thoroughfare were late getting home from the theater. The wreckage could not be cleared for 1 hour. They were seeing the Persian prince, the greatest injury, surrounded by beggars seeking to exploit the events, and the shafts on the carriage had been broken. So a carriage broke down. He couldn't get back. So we know the Persian prince is at the Alhambra Music Hall. Let's see if we can find this location. Alhambra Music Hall is going to be surely in the theater district area. There it is right there. Okay, now let's find Northumberland Avenue. It's not this main one. Here's Northumberland. Okay, so he can't get home from Alhambra. I think what that tells us is at 10 p.m., he's trying to get home and he has a breakdown. 10:15, a carriage belonging to Bartholomew. Let's write that down. Okay. Lord Bartholomew Grant is his name. Broke down, causing an obstruction for an hour. He says the injury was being surrounded, who was returning from a performance of the Persian Prince. Okay, good. So he goes and sees this performance. He's headed home on Northumberland. And the carriage breaks an axle on the way home from Alhambra to wherever his home is that we can look up because we've got his name. So that seems unrelated to us, but I wonder if it means that someone would have been delayed. If it's a clue that someone would have been delayed. Now, I will note that the guy who visits us is coming from Liverpool Station. The detective from South Africa is from Liverpool Station. I wonder if he would have taken this route in, and that's why he's later than he should have been. Like, I wonder, we're told, right? Isn't it's interesting how we're told he's like rumpled and hasn't had time in the introduction to clean up, right? I wonder if we deduce he's recently traveled. He arrived here without freshening up first, given his rumpled clothes, battered suitcase, and a ticket stub from Liverpool Station. I wonder if he's been delayed and was supposed to be here earlier. Maybe he was critical to stopping whatever happened from happening. Let me check in with the chat. Let's see here. And it says there is an Ireland connection. Oh, I better scroll up. Looks like there's lots of chat happening. Double check exactly what can be seen from the window. Maybe Wiggins would have explained. Metagaming question from Jonathan. We saw an article about the hiring for an estate in Ireland. We know Ireland is a key word. I assume, though, we would go to 34 Shoe Lane until we have a better reason. That's an interesting question. I see. Senshai says, just caught up, was typing the same thing. I like John's version of it better. That's a very interesting question. Anna says, regarding the Ireland connection, it's a good idea. Also, if the man in the room was Wiggins, why did he run? If he didn't see who was in the dark, he would have tried to catch them, assuming it was the murderer. I don't think I agree with Anna. I think he's looking in the window. He knows all the action is happening across the park. And he sees the woman keel over, and he just bolts out of the door. And maybe he didn't even mean to punch the person. Maybe he was just like rushing to get out. Maybe even Lestrade imagined that he was punched. Maybe he was hit by the door. Senshai says, if it was Wiggins, it seems like there would have had to be a reason for him to run. Yes. Yeah, he's running because he sees the woman keel over. He's rushing to get over there, I think. And Tina says Fiona Forstland is the Irish person. Senshai says, also, if this is canonical Wiggins, it might be hard for him to accidentally punch a grown man in his face. Wiggins isn't a grown man. Anna says, we should go after the typewriter angle at some point also, for sure, to figure out who wrote the message, for sure. And Tina says, also, there is Liverpool Station because Meyer came from there. What I'm... probably too short. Okay, it's possible. Yeah, my theory is that our Meyer guy is late. And that's because he would have gotten out of Liverpool and traveled down through Northumberland. Although you might guess that he would travel on this road to bypass that. That would be a little easier than going all the way down. So I'm not sure. It does feel to me like there's something significant about this event. Okay, let's make a note on the newspaper about the Irish thing because we may want to pursue that lead. Hopefully we'll get some other point to it. This is the estate in Ireland. Okay. 34 Shoe Lane. Is that our northwest? Let's see. 34, there's 36, 35, 34. 34 is not Shoe Lane. It's a different neighborhood. All right, so let's not pursue that yet, as long as we know it's a different neighborhood. And we can make a note of where this is. That's about 85 Southwest. 85 Southwest. Okay. All right. Intriguing. Don't forget, we could talk to Lord Bartholomew, whose cab broke down. All right, where would you guys like to go next? Let's see. I think thematically it makes most sense for us to try, and also because you know, whenever you've got witnesses, you want to talk to them quickly, especially because, like, if someone saw something, they might be the person who might get killed next. So I think it makes sense for us to track down those people at the scene of this death. Let's talk to them first while their memories are fresh and before they make a run for it and before they get targeted themselves. So let's go back to our list. Who do we have at the scene of this crazy crime? Ursula Marionneau, Gunderson Wilkie, Fiona Forsland we've talked to at the scene of the crime. Rutherford Olner we've talked to at the scene of the crime and followed him home. So let's see if we can't find Ursula and Gunderson Wilkie. Let's see if any of them have locations in the directory. Another question I have for you is, do you think that Evangeline's body is going to have been looked at by the medical examiner by the time we visit him? Marionneau Ursula is 26 Northwest. Let's not assume that Molmes Milburn is Holmes in disguise. We think it is, but it's not like looking up a real person in case I see a Randolph Milburn at 50 Northwest. Surely that's not our Holmes, but let's just write it down. Like, that would be a very funny case if you just assume, like, imagine you run into a character named Murloc Molmes and you're like, okay, it's fake, it's Sherlock Holmes playing dress up, but there really is a real person, and you never even bothered to check him. All right, what about Gunderson Wilkie? I'm just getting a couple addresses while we're here before we head out looking for these people. So, unsurprisingly, we don't have an address here for Gunderson Wilkie. I suspect we're going to have to track him down from cab ride or from a barrister office of some other office. Gunderson Wilkie. Unless, oh, actually, that's his last name is Gunderson. Okay, Wilkie Gunderson, 50 WC. So he is in the directory. But he would have been going to his office, but maybe we'll find out what job he has when we visited him. Okay, and then let's look at this person she says out to kill her or magically assault her. Kevin Zucker. Kevin Zucker is 79 Northwest. And while we're at it, while we're in the directory, let's look up where Fiona lives, even though she's at the scene of the crime, so it doesn't seem like we have to find her. I don't see her here. And Victor Hatherley is the guy letting these rooms, so we think we know where he is, but let me just look him up. Victor Hatherley, 53 Northwest, that's where we are. Okay. They took a cab to his office. All right, let's visit these two people that fled from the scene of the crime. Was it just two that fled, or was there three? Oh, Mr. Milburn was the other. It was the other one. He says Ursula and Milburn ran out, and Gunderson Wilkie is also gone. They went to Wilkie's office. All right, we don't know where Wilkie works, but our best bet would be to go to his house and then see. All right, so let's go to 50WC. Let's see if we can either catch him or catch... Whoa, we got some interesting stuff in this book here. Okay, so if we can't find him at his home, maybe we can get an idea of where he works. Mr. Gunderson Wilkie is not at home. His servants inform us that reports have reached them about a break-in at Mr. Wilkie's office. Interesting. Okay. Gunderson Wilkie. Do you think he works at the typewriter shop? No, really not. So the question is, Duckett and Company. The question is, where does Wilkie work? He lives in the Northwest. You might imagine that he works in one of these locations. Cab Ride might tell us about them if they have the cabs ready for us. Some of you I know have digital directories, but I don't. I feel like that would be cheating, and we shouldn't do that yet. Let's just put Wilkie to the side. We know we're trying to find his office. We might be able to find it from cab logs, but maybe someone else we'll talk to first will tell us what he does for a living. So let's go visit Ursula. Ursula Mariano, 26 Northwest. Okay, let's put our little markers. 26 Northwest. $27 was where the butler lived. 25 is at the Cavendish Club. Where is our 26? Where Ursula is. 29, 30, 28. 26 at the Piccadilly Hotel. All right. Let's see what Ursula has to tell us. A maid opens the door to Ursula Mariano's home. Her voice is strained with emotion and contoured by a French accent. Yes, are you here about that horrible thing that happened at Mrs. D1's? Please come quick. My mistress is in a horrible state. Mrs. Martineau is seated on a chaise lounge in her garden, bathed in moonlight and still attired in her white robe. At 20, she's the youngest member of Evangeline's circle. Is it a circle or is it a coven? Her eyes are nailed to the moon and her body is eerily still. Her dark hair snakes over her back in a thick braid. Miss Martineau, please tell us precisely what happened tonight. We must know. Nathan speaks with surprising tenderness. Well, we arrived at 11, as Evangeline had requested. She introduced that Milburn fellow. He seemed pleasant enough. We had tea in the parlor, and then at midnight we assembled in the summoning room. Evangeline announced that Kevin Zucker would attempt to cast a death curse upon her. She did not say why. She asked us to pool our powers to protect her. Rutherford broke the seal on the sacred wine and poured one glass for her. She drank it down immediately, and she died. She just died. You saw Rutherford handle both the bottle and the glass from which Evangeline drank? I did. He rolled his sleeves up and chanted the incantation as required before Evangeline passed her crystal glass to him. Okay, so she's got it in her hand at that point already. Right? Evangeline passed her crystal glass to him. Okay, so this is important. She's got hold of the glass. We're also told she's a bit of a magician, right? I don't know if that's relevant to us, but at this point she already has the glass. So if someone's poisoned it, they've done it probably before here. And he rolled his sleeves up, so maybe he doesn't have anything to put in her glass other than from the wine, and she watches him break it open. Okay, he filled the glass, as always, and returned it to her. And why did you flee the scene? With her eyes still fixed upon the moon, Miss Martineau rises gracefully from her seat and walks towards a small white door at the far end of the garden. Will you follow me? A key appears in her hand, and she opens the lock guarding the small door. We enter a circular room, its walls covered in bookcases. The shelves are completely bare. On a small desk in the center of the room, 5 volumes wait. Evangeline's primary work rested on translating arcane texts from ancient Egypt. It is tiresome work, but necessary, she believed. Our circle only possesses meager talents, I'm afraid, even Evangeline. I've never seen her perform much in the way of magic. Nothing like the curse she claimed Kevin was bringing down upon her. I was not sure how we were going to protect her. For years now, she had been hoping to find the secret to true power by translating the old wisdom, and I was helping her. She gestures towards the books. I fled from her home tonight because I feared that Kevin might come here to steal these texts. Seems silly now. There they are, safe and sound. Suddenly she turns her back on the books and nearly runs back to her garden. We follow. I cannot believe he would do it, we hear her whisper. Do what? Kill Evangeline. I never believed he wielded true power. Moreover, Kevin will now be shunned by circles all over Europe. We live by a code. Rivalries are to be expected, but no practitioner shall strike another down by mundane or magical means. I cannot believe he went this far. Would Kevin Zucker need to be physically present, or within range, as it were, to cast this curse? Nathan asks. Oh, no, I don't think so. At least Evangeline said he could cast the curse through the eyes of one of his minions. Please, I must rest now. I can feel my hands shaking. Okay, so this seems like it's a little bit of a idea that maybe from across the street, the observer, this is sort of teasing us that maybe the observer from across the street could have created this curse from observing from across the street. It's important to note that Martinez sort of plays with these occult themes in all of the cases we've played so far, where it's a little bit ambiguous whether there really is some magical occult going on, but usually not. So this feels like a little bit of a deflection, a little bit of a red herring. We leave the abode of Ursula Mariano feeling somewhat addlepated by the mad pace. I don't know this word, addlepated. I don't know if that's a real word. Feeling somewhat addlepated. Can someone look this up? Is this a word that I don't know? By the mad pace at which the night's evening's events were unfolded. Quite a curious bunch of characters, right? Nathan remarks. He's talking to us. Quite a curious bunch of characters, right? Martinez says it's an old word that means tired and a little addled. Nice. Okay. One of these days, we're going to have a discussion with Martinez about how he creates these cases and how he learns all this stuff. Okay, so we're basically told what we already suspect, that Kevin has not killed her through magic, and he wouldn't, because he's going to be shunned from these magic circles and covens, and this is just to throw us off the trail. So she doesn't give us much information, except she says that Evangeline was translating these ancient magic texts. She never had much magic power, and she rushed home because she feared that someone was trying to do this to steal her books, but they seemed safe. And then she did tell us this piece of information that seems important to me, that Evangeline was holding the glass, and that I think it was already poisoned by the time she handed it to this guy to fill with wine. If indeed she was poisoned by wine when she drank it. So we need to know a little bit more about this. I'd like to speak to that other guy. Okay. I wonder if it's time to go to the cab logs to see if we can find Wilkie's office. Any other better way we would find where Wilkie's office was? We've talked to these people. No one is mentioning what he did it for a living. We could just scan. We could go to the medical examiner to see if they know about how she died. Tina is still asking about the anniversary case. Is there any mention of a break-in? Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. The servants say there was a break-in at his office. Question is there a mention of a break-in in the newspaper? No news of a break-in. Let's go to the cabs. I normally don't like to go to the cabs early, but it seems like it's kind of important for this case. So if you'll remember, we've got access to the same... Oh, do we have Zucker's address? Okay, maybe we'll go to Zucker first. Good point. We do have Zucker's address, 79 Northwest. All right, let's go there. Before we go to the cab logs, let's see if someone can organically tell us what his job was. Okay, so 79 Northwest. Zucker does not live too far away from Evangeline. There's our 79. Let's see what he has to say for himself. Kevin Zucker's waiting room does not inspire comfort. Wallpaper is midnight black and dominated by a huge painting with a black background and a creature roughly akin to a minotaur, if you can picture a minotaur's head with all the skin flayed away. When Mr. Zucker joins us, we meet a man who's the very epitome of ordinary. Short, bald, slightly overweight, a respectable mustache, pasty skin. Round spectacles, nothing extraordinary. My butler claims that you carry news about the death of Evangeline Dewan. His voice is rather high. Say it is not so. Sadly, we cannot contradict the facts, sir. My word. Evangeline dead? How? Well, that is what we wish to ascertain. Please account for your whereabouts. Well, I was home, playing cards with my butler, waiting for my... Oh, I might as well say I was waiting for my spy to return. Your spy, sir? Well, Evangeline convened meetings at the most irregular times, but full moons were a decent guess, so on every full moon I ordered my gameskeeper to visit the rooms I rent from Victor Hatherley. Okay, well, I guess we found out who was in that room. It was not Wiggins. They offer a fine view of Evangeline's summoning room, and she always left her curtains open. My gameskeeper has unsurpassed vision, which is why I recalled him from my estate in Scotland. He's not yet returned, but if Evangeline died, goodness knows where that superstitious lout might have haired off to. Good grief, Evangeline dead. Suddenly, sweat beads on his pasty features. They will blame me. We were rivals. Did she make any claims that I had killed her? Did she? What does it matter? I will be shunned now all over Europe. Father. A lazy drawl interrupts Mr. Zucker's tirade, and a young man saunters into the waiting room. Physically, he's the polar opposite of his father. Handsome, tall, and lean. Who are these people? We notice Mr. Zucker's shoulders tense. You have work to do. Attend to it. Or what? Or perhaps I will arrange matters so that you are compelled to learn the value of hard labor. With a derisive snort, the young dandy departs. Empty words as usual, father dearest. Sticks and stones and all that. Quite sure of yourself, aren't you? Mr. Zucker grumbles when his son is out of earshot. What work does your son do? Nathan inquires. What? Oh, well, he calls himself a travel writer, though he's hardly traveled in 3 months. He has an office in my house with a brand new typewriter. Top of the line, too, new Huxley model. Problem is, he does not need to work, and he knows it. He counts on inheriting my money, assuming that anything is left given the monthly stipend he demands. A typewriter was part of my plan to instruct him on the importance of real work. Evidently, lesson has not yet been impressed upon him. Perhaps a more forceful pedagogy might do the trick. A wicked smile suffuses his face, transforming his features from mundane to frightfully malicious. Do you know where your son was last night? No. Out and about raising hell in some dingy den of iniquity, most likely. All right, so typewriter. The son has a typewriter. He's handsome, tall, and lean. And it makes the father nervous. You have work to do. Attend to it, he says. And then he says he got him a brand new typewriter, top of the line, new Huxley model. I suppose we're going to learn from the typewriter people if that's the kind of model consistent with the note. So let's make some notes here for ourselves. 79 Northwest is Zucker Huxley model typewriter. Okay, and then the important thing we've learned is that he says the guy across the street observing would have been his gameskeeper, who doesn't have a name. His spy. He says that's the person that would have been in the room across the way observing. Doesn't give us the name though, right? The rooms I rent from Victor Hatherley. Okay, it makes sense. But he has not yet returned. Okay, so now we've got a man fleeing on foot with unsurpassed vision. That means he might have seen something through the window. And he's from Scotland. He's probably Scottish. And we know he's superstitious. Okay, let's book a note because we're gonna want to find him. So we know about him. He's superstitious, from Scotland, good vision, gameskeeper. What is a gameskeeper? It's from his estate in Scotland, so I guess he's someone who works with animals. And we know which way he ran. We know that he headed down Marleybone Street. Where might he have been running off to? Might be time to visit these singers and see if they saw a guy running. We have no physical description of him, though, unfortunately. Check in with that, see what the chat has anything to say here. You guys are talking about the anniversary case. Maybe the son wanted to frame his father. It does sound like it's likely that the son was writing a note to catch his father, and he says he's going to inherit money. So is that what we've got here? Is the son planned all this just to inherit the father's money, to get the father blamed? Doesn't seem like the father is going to actually get blamed, though. Let's visit the typewriter people. Let's lock up this little this angle. Typewriter people are 27 EC. Let's go there. Let's get ourselves out of the Northwest just for a break, change of scenery. 27 EC. It's right there. Okay, here we go. This looks kind of fun. When we ask whether the technicians at Duckett and Company can distinguish the work of different typewriters, we are led to a bespectacled young man with red hair and a decent tweed suit. Typewriters, he proclaims, are the way of the future. Not all businesses have taken to them yet, but mark my words, they will. Now see here. This is the work of the latest Huxley model. Note the slightly more pronounced letter O. It's a manufacturing error that has not yet been corrected. The Huxley has yet to see widespread use among businesses, but quite a few private households have purchased one, especially our wealthiest clients. And he is giving us a sample of it. And there's our O's. Sure seems like we've discovered that the sun has written this note, but let's keep looking. By contrast, look at the work of the earlier bellwether model. It's popular with solicitors, trading companies, shipping firms, barristers, accountants, and the like for its durability. Note the slightly smaller letter A. A looks a little bit smaller than the rest of the letters. Okay. We leave Duckett and Company quite stunned at how passionate some people are about such finicky machines. Nevertheless, we had better stay abreast of technological development if we are to remain in the sleuthing business. All right, so we seem to have confirmed that our note was written on a new Huxley model for rich people that we know is the model that the sun has. So we think our current theory is that the sun wrote that note. Maybe to get the father in trouble doesn't really help us too much. Jonathan says maybe we should just do the stationery company while we're at it. Okay, let's do it. Let's finish up this lead and go to the stationery company, which was on the note. What's on the note? Let's see. There's the note. Supplied by A.W. Faber Stationers. Okay. All right, let's look up A.W. Faber Stationers. A.W. Faber is 29 EC. Let's head over there. I mean, we think we know who wrote this, so what do you think they're going to tell us? So the stationer is near the typewriter store. Makes sense. The clerks at A.W. Faber confirm that they sell high-quality stationery to many clients across London, including all the solicitors, barristers, many trading companies, and several wealthy households, including Mr. Rutherford Ulner, Miss Ursula Martineau, Miss Evangeline Dewan, Mr. Kevin Zucker, Mr. Horace Luker, and Sir Robert Hamilton. Okay, so these are two people that aren't involved in our case that we have no real reason to ask about this, so we're not going to. I mean, we might want to note these people in case we come across their names some other reason, but until we do, we have no reason to suspect they're involved. All right, we're slowly chasing down all of these leads, cleaning them up. I would be inclined to try to track down the witness who Zucker, the spy, who ran off down this street, Marleybone, and see if the singers here might have seen him run by. Or the medical examiner. Maybe it's time to go to the medical examiner, huh? See if they can tell us what poison was actually used. Well, let's take a break. We'll come back in 8 minutes. Give some thought to any other places you want to go. I'll see you in a little bit. Okay, we're back. It's a curious case because we don't really have a good motive for who would want to kill her. She thinks it's this magician, or at least that's what she claims. Seems very unlikely, but clearly Holmes is motivated enough to be casing this whole thing for a while. He somehow got himself, either with her permission or fooling her, has snuck himself into this circle. It's odd that he seems to have planted Wiggins with that one guy. Feels like Wiggins was keeping an eye on him and doesn't suspect him. We strongly suspect that this Gunderson guy has got to be important because it's hard to find him. And then there's this very curious situation of why is this detective from South Africa arriving on this night? And why has Holmes implored us to meet him? It feels like maybe Holmes has brought this guy in to help with a specific component of this case. Is it going to turn out that there's something about this case related to South Africa, and that's why this detective has been brought in? Maybe something, a specialty poison, something. And where did Holmes run off to when all of this happened? And why kill Evangeline? The only thing we know about Evangeline is that she was translating these books from ancient Egypt. And Ursula has them in her possession. And she seems to think they weren't tampered with. Anna says, if Evangeline suspected Zucker, why did Holmes plant Wiggins by the wine guy's household? Yeah, it's clearly Holmes does not believe that Zucker is doing this. And it seems like Holmes must have been suspicious of the wine guy, but it feels like Wiggins is fairly convinced that the wine guy is not involved. And then we've got this connection with Gunderson and Gunderson possibly having a robbery at his house. Let's see, how would we... Let's go to the medical examiner and then let's give some thought to how we would find Gunderson. I guess cab logs would be our best bet. But let's start out by going to the medical examiner and then maybe cab logs. Okay. Medical examiner, and then we've got the criminologist. But let's go to Jasper Meeks, the medical examiner first, 38 EC. Let's see if they've gotten a chance to look at the body and figured out what killed her. Sir Jasper Meeks is washing his hands inside the cavernous domain in the underbelly of St. Bartholomew's. To his right, a white cloth covers a table and the earthly remains of Evangeline Dewan. Cyanide poisoning, there can be no doubt, Sir Meeks proclaims in dulcet tones, his back still turned to us. No signs of a struggle. No signs of any other substances in her blood. No signs of inebriation of any kind. Cyanide is quite unmistakable. No one at the gathering could possibly have saved her. She died in a mere seconds, and a pity too. She was tremendously healthy for her age, healthier than many who are decades younger. He looks up and makes eye contact with Nathan. Not sure what that's about. But it's cyanide. Cyanide is quite unmistakable. Died within seconds. No signs of inebriation of any kind. Alright, well, it's cyanide. Do you think Wilkie works at a drugstore where you might find cyanide? Is one of our people going to have access to cyanide? Senshai says, keep in mind, Holmes put Wiggins there for a reason. It might not be the exact same reason as our reasons. Shay says, the wine guy made a point saying that he's the only one with the key to the cellar, and Wiggins may not be there to monitor the wine guy, or not primarily the wine. He could be watching someone else, yeah? Is Meeks making a comment on Nathan looking very unhealthy for his age? Interesting. Healthier than many who are decades younger. That's interesting. It's an interesting read on that. I was sort of, the thing that jumped to me when I read that is Nathan? I was thinking, like, is Nathan in disguise? Is he someone that he recognizes? Like, is he Holmes? But no, surely not, right? We would have recognized him, surely, if it was Holmes. All right. I think it's time to go to the cab logs and see if maybe we can't get a track on Gunderson. And then I want to check those singers. But let's try cab logs first. 5WC. I'm very keen to find Gunderson Wilkie. The morning is well advanced when we arrive at the central carriage depot. Although it's now March the 4th, it still feels like the 3rd, because remember, it's midnight into the 4th, given that our case began at midnight. When the lads at the depot spy Nathan, they square their shoulders in preparation for violence. He's with us, relax. Sorry about that, mate. You just had the look of a troublemaker about you. No offense meant. Hey, where's Wiggins? Without answering, Nathan steps forward to barter coins for information. All right, here's what we've been up to. Yesterday morning, that is March 3rd, just before 10 a.m., I took a sickly old man from Charing Cross Station to 76 Southampton Row and back again to Charing Cross. Just as I was leaving, Toff's personal carriage arrived. Door had the Zucker family crest on it. Bull's head. Different lad. He took some serving woman from 41 High Street to 76 Southampton Row, just before 10 a.m. Didn't hang about long when the woman wanted to get returned to 41 High Street. Huh. The Zucker family crest. Different lad. There's our place, 41 High Street to 76 Southampton Row. And here's 76 Southampton Road. So the sickly old man. Didn't hang about long. Woman wanted to get returned to 41 High Street. Third driver, he took some young slip of a girl from 76 Southampton to 79 Cavendish Square at 11:30 a.m. and back after 10 minutes. Much later, same driver took the same girl from 76 Southampton to St. Saviour's just after 9 p.m. A fourth driver took a posh-looking serving man from 41 High Street to 79 Cavendish Square around 1 p.m. That's when the odd thing happened. This serving man, he paid the driver to get out and go buy some old shoes off a gardener who works at the Cavendish place. Once that was done, the same driver took him back to High Street. Wow. There's an interesting clue. All right, so that's the totality of it. But boy, we've got some interesting places here, right? Okay, 10 a.m. on the morning of this murder, which happens at around midnight, a sickly old man comes in at Charing Cross Station. Where is Charing Cross Station? Let's remind ourselves. Euston, then we've got Waterloo, Liverpool, Victoria's around here somewhere. Where is Charing Cross? Liverpool, London Bridge, Euston, Waterloo, Victoria Station down here. Sorry. Victoria Station. Where is Charing Cross Station? Here. Okay, here's Charing Cross. We'll call that 21WC. Okay, so an old man comes from Charing Cross Station, 10 a.m. to 76 Southampton Row. 76 Southampton Row. Where is that? 76 Southampton Row is here. All right, that seems like that is a hub of activity. Let's mark it. Okay, 10 a.m., old man, sickly old man. Charing Cross takes a cab to 76 Southampton Road. Then back again to Charing Cross. Huh, that's weird. Then the Zucker family Crest private cab comes. Arrives. Just as I was leaving. Okay, so takes a old man here. As he's leaving here with the old man going back, a cab arrives at 76 Southampton. Then a different lad, he took some serving woman. Looks like a new statement. Different lad, someone else, took a serving woman from 41 High Street, which is our scene of our murder, back to this house again, 76 Southampton Row, just before 10 a.m. So he's telling about he did this and someone else took someone here again at 10 a.m. So 10 a.m. at 76 Southampton, lots of people arriving. He didn't hang about long. The woman wanted to get returned to 41 High Street. And it's not just any woman, it's a serving woman. This sounds like it might be the woman, the maid. She goes back again. Like, what are they picking up here? They're picking something up and then they're leaving again. And then a third driver takes a young girl from this location, 76 Southampton, to 79 Cavendish. I believe that's northwest. Where's our 79 Cavendish? 79 Cavendish is indeed northwest, and it's a place we've already been. Who have we already been to at 79 northwest? That's Zucker's house. The young slip of a girl from this mystery house to Zucker's house at 11:30 and then back again. Much later, same driver takes the same girl from 76 Southampton to St. Saviour's after 9 p.m. All right. So where is St. Saviour's? So a lot of activity around this 76 Southampton. Can't wait to see what that's about. Okay, where is St. Saviour's? St. Saviour's is 2WC. Okay, 9 p.m. And who is this girl? We don't know. Fourth driver takes a posh-looking serving man from 41 High Street. We have no idea who that is because the butler... Oh, this may be the butler. We don't know. 279 Cavendish. Again, Zucker's house. Around 1 p.m. That's when the odd thing happened. The serving man, he paid the driver to get out, buy some old shoes off a gardener who works at the Cavendish place. Once that was done, took him back to the High Street location. Boy, that's bizarre. Let's see if the chat has figured stuff out. I haven't. Okay. The woman could be Lavender, the housekeeper, and Zucker Cab, the spy. The serving man could very well be the butler who says he's coming to care for, he went and cared for his old ill mother. Now you're saying the same girl from 76 Southampton. He didn't hang about long with a woman who wanted to get returned to 41 High Street. I believe we're being told that there are two different girls here, right? Because there's one serving woman going from Evangeline's house to 76 and then back again. The woman wanted to get returned. And then a different woman, a young slip of a girl, from 76 Southampton to Cavendish and back. So I think we've got two girls here, right? We've got the girl who lives at 41 High Street. That's going to be the maid. We know her name. We met her. Right? Her name is Lavender Keystone. But I think the young slip of a girl is someone else. The young slip of a girl looks like her home base is 76 Southampton. And then she's going to Zucker's house and coming back. Then the same girl goes to St. Saviour's Church at 9 p.m. So I don't think we know who this young girl is, but it does. The posh serving man could be our butler, right? And we don't know who the old man is. So old man, we don't know who it is. The slip of a girl, we don't know who she is. The serving man, we think, is the butler. Breckenridge, is that his name? Breckenridge. And then we think the serving woman equals Lavender. Keystone. Is there any disagreement that we've got a woman we can't, a slip of a young girl that we can't identify, and an old man that we can't identify? Is everyone agreed with that? And Tina says Ursula is 20 years old. Could it be her? That's an interesting idea. But where does Ursula live? She's got her own home, 26 Northwest. We would have marked where that was. The young girl sounds like she lives at this 76 location. So I'm not sure I buy that being Ursula, because Ursula's house is all the way down here somewhere in the hotel. So I don't think I buy that that's Ursula, but I could be right. Now, who do you think is the gameskeeper? You think we've got this cab log is tracking our gameskeeper? The spy is the gamekeeper, yes. And then Anna's saying, I think he went with the Zucker carriage. All right, let's see. 76 Southampton Road, back again. I wonder if the sickly old man is the gamekeeper, spy, that he brought in from Scotland Yard, from Scotland, and that's how he's arrived at Charing Cross. But then why would he go? No, that's someone different. That's someone leaving and going back to Charing Cross. I mean, clearly we got to go to 76 Southampton and see what the heck is there. And maybe St. Saviour's Church will help us find out who this woman is. Yeah, I'm not sure we have any sign. And then why does he want to buy shoes? Is this... Took him back to High Street. I wonder why he wanted those shoes. Okay, well, this is a big clue location. Slip of a girl means a kid, probably a child. That's a good point. Maybe, I don't know. That's not how I read it, but it could have been a girl. Young slip of a girl just sounds like a very young girl. I don't know if I would read that as being a child, though. Just a young woman. Maybe. I'm not sure. Well, let's go to 76 Southampton and knock on the door and see what is going on here. So 76 WC. Let's go there and see what we can find. This is very intriguing. Oh, look what we found. The front door to Mr. Gunderson Wilkie's office. is flanked by one marble lion and one unicorn rearing in a most patriotic fashion. Is the Queen coming round for tea? Nathan quips. Two constables hold position by the marble statues, but they let us pass without protest. Two constables, that's because there's been some sort of break-in. Beyond the door, Mr. Wilkie stands alone amidst a maelstrom of chaos. A plethora of legal documents lie scattered about the floor. Cabinets have been yanked open and drawers have been emptied on the floor. Still dressed in his white satin robe, Mr. Wilkie is ascertaining whether anything is missing. A footman arrived to tell me that someone had broken into my office. Constables had sent word to my home, and the footman came from there. I don't know what to do. To Evangeline, I don't know what to do to. I think maybe this is just a typo. Don't know what to do. Evangeline just collapsed on the floor. Mrs. Dewan collapsed and you left her. Nathan's voice carries all the sympathy of a tax collector. There was nothing to be done for Evangeline. I just acted. Is she dead? She is. The solicitor collapses. Nathan kneels in front of him. You left the circle just after midnight. Yes, I arrived here about 1:45. And you've had time to cast your eyes about then. Is anything missing? Nothing. Nothing at all. How odd. And did you receive any important documents lately? Well, one filing for a divorce and 2 wills. The wills were dictated to my secretary, Miss Joanna Scarborough. And was she with you all night until you left for Mrs. Dewan's? No. I insisted she leave at 9 p.m. I had kept the poor girl after hours long enough, he frowns, but I fully intended to compensate her. She has rooms at Kent House before you ask. And did you see the wills that were dictated to her? Nope, haven't paid any mind to either of them yet. I was planning on taking a copy of each to Somerset House tomorrow. And which clients did the wills concern? Well, Mr. Lawrence Keystone was first at 10 a.m. Keystone. Hello. That's very interesting because that's our lavender maid is Keystone. That's weird. You wouldn't think a maid would have too much to inherit. Mr. Lawrence Keystone was first at 10 a.m. He arrived from Dublin to dictate an amendment to his will. Mr. Kevin Zucker arrived at 11 a.m. for similar business. You're a solicitor for Mr. Kevin Zucker? No. We debate legal scholarship for our mutual amusement. Mr. Wilkie has the decency to wince. Apologies. He asked for my services, and Evangeline allowed me to accept. She wanted to remain informed about his legal activities, but nothing interesting ever emerged. He tried to recruit me. Mr. Zucker was always trying to lure members of Evangeline's circle away, and he succeeded with Horace Luker, Sir Roger Hamilton, and Sir William Hancock. You mentioned 2 wills and a divorce, Nathan persists. Oh yeah, wait, here they are. All right, so here we go. Here's our first one. Faber Stationers again. Oh, and look what it is. This is Okay, so this is our Huxley model. And here, down here, just to jump ahead for a second, here's our small a model. What was that one called? 27 EC. Let me just, because I didn't pay attention. This one is the bellwether model. All right, so on the Huxley model is something typed by Kevin Zucker. Confirm my desire that upon my death, my full estate and the total worth of all my assets are to be transferred to my only son, Richard Kevin Zucker. Well, what a surprise. The son stands to inherit it all. And he amended that on the 3rd of March, on our date of this all. All right, and then the other one, I, Lawrence Keystone, hereby set it forth that upon my death, my full estate is to be transferred to my only child, Lavender Keystone, the maid for Evangeline, unless she remains in the employ of the witch Evangeline Dewan. In that case, the estate is to be donated to a charity of Mr. Gunderson Wilkie's choosing. Mr. Wilkie will inform my daughter of this arrangement at his earliest convenience. Interesting. All right. Let's back. Oh, and here's the divorce. Divorce also written on a Huxley. A lot of people have these Huxleys. I, Fiona Forsland, hereby file for a legal divorce from my present husband, Baldric Forsland. Signed at Evangeline's house. Investigators may now read the Code Ireland under 41 Northwest. Doing so will count as a separate lead. Okay, so we're going to go back and read that. '76 WC is big clue plus Ireland 41 Northwest. Okay. Nathan takes a step back and regards the documents on the floor. See these muddy footprints on the carpet underneath the papers? Are they yours? No, I entered from the street. There's no mud on the street, but there's a garden over there. He gestures towards the back door. We notice that the window next to the door has been broken. All the glass shards lie inside the room. In other words, someone broke it from the outside in. When did you leave your office today, Mr. Wilkie? Well, I had something of a late night. I worked until around 10:30. Then I prepared to join the circle at Evangeline's. A constable enters through the back door. You lot, he says, with the delicate manners that are the hallmark of Scotland Yard. Found some footprints in a backyard. You want to look? We'll be there shortly, constable. First, tell us who called your attention to the burglary. A beggar who happened to be passing by. Said he saw a figure inside. He yelled at it, and the figure vanished. Do you know this beggar? Sure I do. His name's Jimmy Tallow. He's usually begging outside the Red Boar. And then it looks like we got a diagram, or this is what we're seeing. So there's the offices of Gunderson Wilkie. There's a garden. Footprints look like they're breaking in and leaving. Then we've got footprints running in a circle across the street. Investigators may now read the section under print at 22 Southwest. So 22 Southwest is New Scotland Yard, is that right? No, 22 Southwest is H.R. Murray, the criminologist. All right, so the criminologist is going to be able to analyze these footprints for us now that we have them. Okay, it's not over yet. The figure vanished. Here's a description, I guess, of what we're finding. In the garden behind the office, we find one set of fresh footprints coming from the direction of Great Ormond Street. Here's the footprints coming from the direction of Great Ormond Street. Men's shoes, judging by the size. Workman's boots is my guess, Nathan opines. An easygoing stride right up to the tree. An easygoing stride right up to the tree. Ah, now see here. Only slightly annoyed by Nathan's instructional tone, we notice that the footprints stroll down until they reach one of two trees in the garden. There they stand next to each other, and the impression made by the heels becomes more pronounced in the clay soil. The next two prints are further apart and pointed towards the back door of the office. Another set of footprints, clearly made by the same boots, point towards Devonshire Street, with long distances between each step. In other words, someone running. Here's the person running. So what was the claim here? Footprints stroll down until they reach one of the two trees. Interesting, they're facing away here. Then there they stand next to each other. And the impression made by the heels becomes more pronounced in the clay soil. Next two prints are further away, pointing towards the back door of the office. So he's standing this way for some reason. Then they turn towards the back door, saying first they stroll down, then they stand next to each other at point number 1. Heels become more pronounced. Then they're further apart and pointed towards the back door. So he's making a point of this for some reason. Like they're standing here looking this way, then they're pointed suddenly. It's not like a path that goes like this. A weird thing happens. They come here. It's as if they're hiding from the street or something, hiding behind this tree. The heel prints become more pronounced. What do you think that means? Then they turn towards the back door. And the same boots run away to Devonshire Street. Then he says, venturing further afield beyond Great Ormond Street, we discover another set of footprints, much older than the others, and a woman's shoes. Nathan suggests, looks like they're pacing up and down. We leave Mr. Gunderson Wilkie's office with more pieces of the puzzle than before. How does it all fit? Well, that was a pretty cool scene we've got here. Our biggest dump of information yet at this 76WC. All right, well, let's see if we can make some sense out of some of this. Let me check in with the chat here. Is this implying the son broke into this law office and replaced the real will typed on a small typewriter with a fake one the son wrote on his own big O typewriter? Nothing missing because he replaced the original. I like that idea. And Tina says, so and Evangeline has a Huxley. We don't have any Evangeline writing, don't forget. We've got Kevin Zucker, or the Sun, writing this one. Then we've got Lavender. Then we've got Fiona. But I suppose this could be Evangeline. You're saying Evangeline. If this was at Evangeline's house, then it must mean Evangeline is the owner of this typewriter that Fiona is using. That's a fair point. The butler came here in the shoes. Yeah, so let's remember the butler buys these worn shoes from a gardener for some mysterious reason. And now we think maybe that's why, right? Like there was the very weird scene from the catalog about the butler buying shoes, right? That's where the odd thing happened. The serving man, he paid the driver to get out and go buy some old shoes off a gardener who works at the Cavendish place. Okay, 1 p.m. The shoes bought. Gardener shoes. Okay. We know these things were dictated to the secretary, so we should talk to her. And then Jimmy Tallow, who sees the person. Okay. And then the older footprints are a woman's shoes pacing up and down in nervousness. Is that going to be one of the people that came and did this? Like, is this going to be... let's see. John says, some big O is saying some have been replaced with fakes. Looks like the butler works for Zucker, and what Jonathan says, valid, could have replaced the Wells. Yeah, I think that's a good theory. But that means they were typed at different places, people, etc. Wouldn't they have been typed with one typewriter? More weight for the prints to be more pronounced with something on the tree. John says, clarify, I believe since all the wills were dictated to one person, they should all be typed on one typewriter. The fact that there's evidence of two means someone is replacing some. I think that is a very good observation because we've got two with Huxley's and one with the Bellwether. They were dictated to my secretary. It sounds like she may have brought... Would the secretary have brought her own typewriter and typed these? If so, that means that either... We need to find out what typewriter the secretary's has. If she has a Huxley, then this one might be the fake. And if she has a Bellwether, then this one is fake, which we suspected. But then also it means this one's fake too. All right, well, we need to make some notes here because there's a lot of stuff here. Okay, so secretary is Joanna Scarborough. Was she with you all night until you left for Mr. DeWan's? No, I insisted she leave at 9 p.m. But she's got a room at the Kent house. Left 9 p.m. Where's our cab log? The same girl went to St. Saviour's just after 9 p.m. So there's our young slip of a woman. It wasn't a little baby girl. It was the secretary. So the young slip of a woman is the secretary. So we know she goes to St. Saviour's after she gets let off work. But what else do we know about her? That she went to Cavendish Square to Zucker's house at 11:30 and then back. I think she went to take this statement. Is that right? Is this where she went to take this statement at 11:30? A young slip of a girl goes to Cavendish Square at 11:30 and then back 10 minutes later. And then at 9 p.m. she leaves work and goes to St. Saviour. So, was she with you? Did you see the wills that were dictated to her? No, I haven't looked at them yet. Which clients did the wills contain? Lawrence Keystone was first. He arrived from Dublin. Mr. Kevin Zucker arrived at 11 a.m. Well, it wasn't done at his house. So Kevin Zucker arrives at 11 a.m. to fill this out. So we think this was dictated at 11 a.m. at 76 WC. He came and dictated it. But then at 11:30, she travels back to his house. What does she escort him back? Is that? It's reading to me like here she was. 10 a.m. she took Lawrence Keystone. Okay, so that's our 10 a.m. guy, the sickly old guy. We know who this is now. This is Lawrence Keystone. So Lawrence Keystone, looking back at our cab rides, Lawrence Keystone comes in at 10 a.m., Charing Cross, travels here, makes his statement about his will, which is here, and then he goes back. Then I think we're hearing that the Lavender woman may have come, and I think she may be walking around outside, pacing. But either way, and then she goes back, like watching her father change his will. But then here's the part I want to pay some attention to. At 11 a.m., we're told that Kevin Zucker arrives and dictates this will change. Or an original version, different than this. But this happens at 11, and then at 11:30, she goes to Zucker's house and comes back. Do you think she's telling the son that the father has just changed his will? Like the father comes in, leaves a will that says the son gets nothing, and now Joanna Scarborough, the secretary, has followed him back home to tell the son or something. It's a little bit strange there. All right, well, continuing our notes here. He's been robbed. One divorce, 2 wills. Dictated to the secretary. Lets her go at 9 p.m. We know she goes to St. Evangeline's. We know who wrote the things. We know he hasn't looked at them till now. Then we say, hey, you're friends with Zucker, this guy who's trying to kill Evangeline. He says, well, we just debated stuff, and Evangeline approved it. And we're told about Horace Luker, Sir Robert Hamilton, and Sir William Hancock are people that Zucker succeeded in recruiting over to spy for him. And then we've got these, which set up motives, but not motives to kill Evangeline. And then we've got Baldric Forsland, the husband of one of the women. And then we're told to go to Ireland, 41 Northwest. We can go back and then print at 22 Southwest. All right, well, that's all. That was a very dense clue. Let me catch up on the chat here. And Tina says the wills were dictated. Don't think divorce was. Shay says, did the guy at the typewriter store say anything about who he sold them to? No, he just told us in general that they're in private hands and wealthy people. Anna says, great, we spotted the secretary. She went to the Zucker house. John says, different point. I believe that Wilkes mentioned a worker and Hamilton being recruited by Zucker. And I think those names were mentioned by the stationery company. Okay, so there's our... Let me just follow up on that a little bit. He mentions that that Zucker tried to recruit some people to be informed about. Evangeline wanted to know about his legal activities. He tried to recruit me, lure members of Evangeline. He succeeded with Horace Luker, Sir Robert Hamilton, and Sir William Hancock. I've written those names down. These are people that Zucker recruited. And Jonathan says that he thinks he recognizes those names from somewhere, from the stationery place. That might be significant for us to check out at some point, but maybe not quite yet. I would like to get a lockdown on whether the divorce was dictated. The wills were dictated. I see. The wills were dictated. The divorce wasn't. So the divorce one is important that it wasn't dictated because it was written with this Huxley O. So either Evangeline has such a typewriter since it was done at her house, or something else is going on. All right, well, let's read the ones that we're told to read about the footprints and then the Ireland thing. Let's start with the Ireland one. All right, so now we can read the Ireland entry at 41 Northwest. So we're coming back. And it says, do not read until you have unlocked the code Ireland. My husband's a pompous and pious fool, Mrs. Forslund says, with her lips poised over tea that has already gone cold. I want nothing to do with him. Evangeline was kind enough to allow me to type my request for a divorce from her home. She also sent the request to Gunderson via one of her footmen. Okay, so that means Evangeline has a Huxley. Or it means that it was replaced by someone with a Huxley. Okay, let's read about these footprints from Meeks. Oh, I say, it's you, Nathaniel, Murray exclaims upon our arrival. Well, that's what it says on my birth certificate, he jibes, but we notice a rare smile quirk his lips. So someone has pointed out already that everyone seems to know Nathaniel. I wonder if this is something, this must be maybe it's a character from Sherlock Holmes canon that I don't know. What can you share with us, Murray? I can tell you that traces of cyanide remain within the wine glass. I tested the shards and voila! However, the bottle you found on Mr. Olner is quite innocent of anything more lethal than fermented grapes. The same goes for the chalk used to draw the pentagrams. Nothing suspicious there. So this is exactly as we suspected, that the cyanide was put in her glass. Cyanide, Nathan spat to one side, making Murray wince. Yes, it hardly narrows your pool of suspects, given that cyanide can be found in just about any household. We scoured the room where Evangeline Dewan's body was found. None of us spotted a likely container for cyanide. Ah, Murray relies, pointing to a pile of white material. But you had no opportunity to examine her robes or the robes of her summoners. Practitioners, maybe. That's the designation they prefer. And you have, we say? Oh, I had everyone's robes collected and delivered here, and their sleeves are sewn in such a manner that cyanide salts could be concealed therein without the aid of magic. And have you found traces of cyanide on their robes? On silk? Of course not. Crystals could be tipped into a glass without leaving any granules behind. Oops. Print. Do not read the next section unless you have unlocked the code print, which we have. These are the footprints. Okay, so that's it. Cyanide in someone's robe, dropped in Probably not the guy who brought the wine, because we're told how he rolled up his sleeves, right? So, but one of the others. Okay, and now about the footprints. Now, Murray continues, with regards to the burglary at Mr. Wilkie's office, I dispatched a team of specialists to create a cast of the footprints you located. Good work that, Nathan. But then, you always were a sharp one, if a little rough around the edges. The set you discovered in the garden just behind the office was made by a sturdy pair of workman's boots, quite old and slightly more worn on the outside of the left foot. What do you make of the fact that the heels made a deeper impression just in front of one tree? That's what we were wondering as well. Well, our man was resting there, leaning his body against the tree and thus digging his heels into the soft clay soil. Possibly he was waiting for Mr. Wilkie to leave. Nathan supplies in a bored tone that heats our jealousy just a fraction. We don't like that he's stealing our thunder, figuring this stuff out before we've had a chance to chew on it. Brilliant! My hypothesis exactly. Now, the set you discovered pacing up and down further north was made by a woman's shoes. They are sensible, good quality shoes, but not fashionable for high society. I was compelled to consult Langdale Pike for that last deduction. Investigators may now read the code WORK wherever it is available. Returning to leads that have already been visited will count as a separate lead. Investigators may now read the code SENSIBLE wherever it is available, returning to leads that have already been visited. These are the sensible shoes. These are going to be Lavender's shoes. We're going to find that Lavender was pacing around outside Wilkie's office when she saw when she heard her father was going to change his will. So at 22 Southwest, we got sensible and we got work. Okay, and sensible is one we were waiting for, right? It was at 41. Let me just put here. The heels made a deeper impression. He was resting there, digging his heels in, possibly waiting for Mr. Wilkie to leave. Okay, now let's go find sensible. And then we'll take a break. We discovered that Mrs. Keystone and Mrs. Dewan's butler, Mr. Damien Breckenridge, still maintain high standards despite their employer's death. Mr. Breckenridge appears about 3 years, that's a spelling error, 3 years younger than Mrs. Keystone, and he shares her penchant for efficiency. He's relatively handsome and bears a small mole next to his nose. Okay, here's our handsome guy, just as the cab driver describes. When we request access to the shoes of all employees on the premises, he does not demur. Yeah, because he's bought these fake shoes for this purpose. Miss Keystone is stunned when we announce that her shoes match the footprints discovered just north of Great Ormond Street. Are you aware that Mr. Wilkie suffered an intrusion at his premises? No. Her eyes widen and her fingers clench. I've been too occupied with my duties here. Then please account for the footprints we discovered. Her composure cracks, but only for a second. Years of faithful service soon school her features. It had not occurred to me that my pacing would leave footprints, and me, a housekeeper accustomed to exiling mud from the house. Yes, I was there yesterday morning, just before 10. 1 month ago, Mr. Breckenridge asked to marry me. I said yes. As if that were not incentive enough, I enjoyed working for Mrs. Dewan, but my father knew about her love of the occult. He pressured me to leave her employ. You see, my father was butler to Mrs. Forslund's husband. That is where he discovered Mrs. Dewan's interests. My father has little power over me apart from his will. He often threatened to change his will to my detriment unless I left Mrs. Dewan. My father can't leave me much, but to a woman in my station the inheritance would still help, especially since I do not want to marry Mr. Brackenridge empty-handed. Last week my father sent a letter to me, insisting he will travel all the way to London to change his will, despite his ill health. The father was butler to Miss Forsland. It's all a small little circle of people here. And she's going to marry the butler. Nathan says, he was buying you a ticket for a guilt trip. Nathan quips and we gasp at his callousness. But Mrs. Keystone laughs and continues with tears in her eyes. On March the 1st, I brought the matter to Mrs. Dewan's attention. Graciously, she insisted on giving me a considerable sum of money. It was a tremendous show of charity. Even so, I knew that my father intended to visit Mr. Wilkie. It was an opportunity to meet him and perhaps to talk and reconcile. Yesterday around 10 a.m. I traveled down there, but my courage evaporated. I could not bring myself to speak to my father, even though his time is short. Well, this is consistent, right, with the cab ride back after 10 minutes. She paces around and then she takes the cab back. We leave the grand house, casting a glance over our shoulders, see Mrs. Keystone addressing Mr. Brackenridge. Although we are well out of earshot, we see him smile and embrace the housekeeper. Interesting. All right, well, we still think he's the person who broke in because of those crazy cab rides, right? Let's check his cab rides now. Again, let's refresh our memory. Fourth driver took a posh-looking serving man from Evangeline's house to Cavendish Square, where Zuko lives, at around 1. So she comes back. 1 p.m., he goes to Zuko's house. But then on that trip, he buys some old shoes from a gardener and then goes back. So he had the shoes to break in. We don't know that those shoes were used, but they do seem awfully suspiciously purchased. But if he broke in, he could have changed. Well, let's look at that will again, because I'm not sure that makes sense. If he's breaking in to change the will for the woman he wants to marry, right, that would be our if he is the one who's breaking in to change that will, then he used a bellwether typewriter to do it. That seems very implausible, right? It seems very implausible that he would be able to, that he would change this. First of all, does he know how to write something in this wording? He would have to know what this says. And this hurts her. So obviously he's not doing that. He's not replacing that. He could be breaking in just to see. He could be breaking in just to see what he wrote and reporting back to Lavender about it. let's catch up on the chat here. Martinez says, I just invented Nathan for fun. He's not canon. Okay, let's see what the secretary says. Yes, let's see what the secretary says. But first, we must take another break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, so just catching up with the chat here. Jonathan was saying, does the timeline make sense for the butler breaking into the law office and poisoning Evangeline? Does it require someone else to be involved? I was saying I really think he could have poisoned it at any time. This is such a regular little seance they put on that he probably knows exactly what glass she's going to drink out of each time, and is agreeing with me that he could have poisoned it at any time. And that he's working for Zucker, and so he broke in and planted this letter. If we look at our logs, do we have a way of seeing that the sun dropped off the fake? I wonder if we don't have a way. The Zucker guy comes, leaves, and dictates a new will. So somehow the butler had to be given this new will to break in and plant, right? And we don't know when that happened. We don't have it in our logs. Okay. Well, let's try to find the secretary. Wouldn't she remember what... Isn't she going to break this case wide open if she remembers that the Zucker came in and dictated a change to the will that said the son doesn't get anything? Or is she going to be dead or something? Okay, so how do we find her? We know where she lives and we know where she went. So she lives at Kent House. Let's just look up her information here. She lives at the Kent Houses, 7WC. And then she went to St. Savior, which we already looked up at some point, which is 2WC, right near her house. All right, so let's go visit her at her house first. And let's see, did we remember to... Yes, we did that one. Okay, Kent House 7WC. She seems essential for us. She's going to tell us if she's alive. Surely she'll remember. It's only yesterday that it was dictated to her. Surely she'll remember, right? Okay, here we go. Kent House is unlikely to elicit the approval of any high-ranking socialite, but the building's immaculately clean and scrupulously maintained. Mrs. Kenworth, the landlady, is a matronly figure with a white apron clean enough to match her establishment. Her nails are spotless, her iron-gray hair is concealed under a decent hat, and she invites us in for hot tea. Oh, yes, Miss Joanna Scarborough has rooms here, all right. She's a good girl, pays her rent regular as clockwork, never makes much noise, works hard, never has gentlemen callers over. In fact, I'm rather worried about that. I mean, I appreciate her being all respectable, but a young woman like her needs a husband. Still, she has steady employment at that solicitor fellow, though he does make her work rather late often, and she goes to church regular. Which church, if I may ask? St. Saviour's, every single Sunday. Is she in her rooms now? Oh, she did not come home last night, but there's no reason to worry about that. Her employer wanted her to work late, or so she said, and she never lies. It's still early in the day, and I expect her home at any minute now. I don't know if she's gonna make it home. Miss Kenworth, a few bad apples were prowling the street last night. We do not wish to alarm you, but it might not be an evil thing if we took a quick look around her room, under your supervision, of course, just to be safe. Nathan smiles, the kind of smile we associate with crocodiles, but to our surprise, it merits Miss Kenworth's heart. Melts Miss Kenworth's heart. I can see you're a good lad. A touch underfed, but good. All right, you can take a quick look. But we find nothing of interest. But he talked his way in. That Nathan's pretty good at his job. All right, I'm afraid that she may not survive this case, Miss Joanna Scarborough. Let's go visit the church. Maybe she's hiding out. Aha. Okay. 2WC. At St. Saviour's Church, Father Tobias Malmsbury calls on us to walk through the garden with him. Two members of me flock are presently sheltering under me roof. They're not yet prepared to converse with the authorities, but I give you every assurance that they will cooperate fully in time. Till then, I have their permission to impart information, which might advance your investigation. First, Mr. Pietro Diggory, gameskeeper to Mr. Kevin Zucker. He witnessed the last gathering convened by Miss Evangeline DeWan. All right, so we found the gameskeeper, and we now know his name, Pietro Diggory. He says he saw them congregating in white robes, with Mrs. DeWan taking center stage. A bearded man rolled up his sleeves and opened a bottle of red wine, breaking a clay seal on its neck before filling a single glass for Mrs. DeWan. She drank it and collapsed in violent spasms. Fearing that he had witnessed his employer's evil magic at work, Mr. Diggory fled the scene, at which point he ran into Inspector Lestrade, whom he punched on reflex. All right, that mystery is solved. And the second person, well, she wishes to remain anonymous for now, but she will entrust you with this. This is the real will. I, Kevin Zucker, being of sound body and mind, hereby confirm my desire that upon my death, my full estate and the total worth of all my assets are to be transferred to the Order of the Crescent Moon in Paris, to the full exclusion of my only son, Richard Kevin Zucker. Aha! Gotcha. There's the real will. So it was replaced by the son, typed on the son's typewriter to make it look like the real will. She kept a copy. There's a famous, I can't say it because I'll give away a spoiler. Never mind. All right, so that's where it ends here. So we're not going to get to talk to her, but she saved this for her. She knew somehow. She better hold on to this. It might come in handy. This is her copy of it, maybe. And now it really looks like the butler broke in to plant this fake will, giving the son all the money, and the son's got spies everywhere. It's still not... there's a flaw in the son's plan, isn't there? I mean, the court of law is not going to believe that he used magic to kill her. So how is he going to get his father convicted of this murder? And furthermore, even if he could get his father convicted, that seems like a tough way to get the inheritance. I mean, I guess you assume hopefully he'll get given the death penalty and get killed. But that's no good either, right? Wait a minute, that's no good. Why is that no good? Think about it. Think about the logic here. The father changes the will to remove the son from the will, right? And now our theory is what? The son sneaks in, changes the will, and then is going to frame his father. That's not going to make sense because then the father's going to know that the will is changed and rechange it back before even if he is arrested, even if he does get sent to the death gallows, he's going to change his will back to get rid of the son. So you have to kill the father if you want to inherit his money, and you want to do it before he realizes the will is fake. Jonathan says maybe he's going to murder the father but make it look like suicide. Well, sure, if you eventually murder the father, that will get you your will. But then why bother trying to kill Evangeline? That's much too much extra work, and that has to be very hard. You got to pay the butler to kill Evangeline just to motivate his suicide better? That doesn't make sense. Better to just fake a letter from him and make him commit suicide. So something's not right about that. It does not make sense that you have to kill Evangeline to kill the father. And you kind of got to kill the father if you want this will to work. Otherwise, the father's going to find out about the fake will, surely. Could they be unrelated? Hmm. Hmm. I mean, you could imagine that the butler's paid by Zucker to replace the will, and the butler on his own kills Evangeline because he thinks it's good for his maid wife, because then she'll won't be working for Evangeline. That's still feels like a better motive. Like if the butler kills Evangeline, then his bride is going to inherit money from her father. Anna says, but the son wrote to Lestrade to catch the gamekeeper. Maybe also planted cyanide with him or something. Can I point something out? I think that's a good point, Anna, except for one thing we need to keep in mind. You say, that's right, and Tina's saying what I was going to say. We assumed the son wrote the note when we found that the son had the Huxley model typewriter. But now we've got multiple people with those Huxley typewriters, including Evangeline, it seems. So we're really not sure that the son wrote the note. We're really not sure that the son wrote the note, and we might want to recheck those notes to see if there's anything else. In fact, no. Okay, let me make a small point to Martinez, if Martinez is here. I want you to notice something about these typewritten letters. They're justified. That's only a computer can do this. So when you go in and you make notes in the future that are to be hand typed, you'll want to turn off the full justification setting on the computer because humans can't do this. Some human secretaries with a typewriter could try to do this a little bit. They would have a hard time of it, and no human can do this. I was going to look at this and say, maybe I can catch one guy was doing it and one guy wasn't, but this is obviously done by a computer and no human could do it. No human can fully justify text by adding tiny bits of space in between the letters. Just something to keep in mind. Okay. We've tracked down the secretary. She's given us the key piece of information that we know the sun is up to no good and we think has had the butler plant the fake will for him. What else is there for us to figure out? We suspect the sun. We're told that cyanide could be found by almost anyone anyone could have access to it. So it doesn't feel like we've got to find the source of cyanide. Jonathan was right that the stationers report that they sold the stationery to Horace Luker and Sir Robert Hamilton, who are both people that we think are in the employ of Zucker. So I think we might have to find those people and talk to them and see if any of them can admit the Sun has them on the payroll. Let's just see. Horace Luker is 65 Southwest. Robert Hamilton. Sir Robert Hamilton is 49 Southeast. And then we have a Sir William Hancock was also recruited. '77 Northwest. And then we've got a Forceland. All right, maybe we talk to these people. I think we might want to consider whether I'm trying to think of one of our allies. Could the beggar have seen anything else? I think that's a good idea to talk to the beggar that saw something. He's probably going to see the butler. Might be another clue about the butler. Let's do these first and then we'll back up and do those. So I'm going to talk to the two people that we're told Zucker, the elder, had in his employee as spies or something. So 65 Southwest. Horace Luker's a peacock and no mistake. His blue eyes look down at us in an expression that the charitable might call languid, but which we consider judgmental. His mouth is far too small for his face, and his lips are locked in a perpetual pout. Oh dear, I'm positively heartbroken to hear that old Evangeline popped her clogs. But you're quite right. I left her circle months ago. It was all rather, dull. For all that chanting inside her summoning room, nothing magical ever happened. Kevin Zucker made all manner of promises to warm me over to him, only to subject me to more of the same drudgery. No thank you is what I say. I will say that old Zucker's son Richard is a real hoot. Now there's a man who knows how to spend a night. My word, the sums we spend at the Black Crown. And Richard seems to be playing a new game. He's bringing this lovely little lass round to the Black Crown. She seems a church girl named, can't remember. Anyway, whenever she enters the Crown, her face flushes bright red. Honestly, it suits her blonde hair and her fresh green eyes. She seems quite willing to do anything Richard wants. Perhaps once he's finished with her, I might set my sights on her. Where were you last night between 11 and midnight? Nathan asks in a caustic tone. Well, in the Black Crown, as it happens, with Richard. We leave Mr. Horace Luker as soon as possible with a rather foul taste in our mouths and an inexplicable urge to kick something. We don't like this guy. Okay, a little bit of spelling there. Okay, the Black Crown, huh? Now, who is this little lass he's with? A church girl? Is this... Surely this isn't our stenographer woman, right? Blonde hair and fresh green eyes. We were told that Evangeline has green eyes. Is this going to be a relation of Evangeline? Is that the motive here? Are we connecting two little stories? All right, well, where is our Black Crown? It's time to trace down more information about Richard Zucker. Black Crown. And then we have the church girl with green eyes. Who is this girl? Any theories about who this church girl is? You think it's the secretary? You really do? She is a church girl, but it doesn't make sense because she's just blown the lid off her. No, it doesn't make sense. Just because they both go to church. Was she described as green-eyed? Because blonde hair? It doesn't make sense because she's given us the evidence against him. She's given us the evidence against him. She never brings boys home. And if she was working with him, he wouldn't need to break in. He wouldn't need to break in to replace it. She's willing to do anything for him. So she would have replaced the will for him without him needing to have the butler break in. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Do we have a description of her? I don't believe it's her. Well, let's go to the Black Crown. Let's find this Black Crown. I don't believe we've ever been to the Black Crown before. In Sherlock Holmes. Have we ever been to a Black Crown? I don't remember. Let's see. The Black Crown Inn, 88 EC. I think you guys are wrong about the secretary. I think she's honest. I think this is a different church woman. Let me mark this location 65 Southwest first. There's got to be more than one woman going to a church. You guys are jumping to a pretty big conclusion just by hearing that she likes the church. Also, they're in a totally different neighborhood. So maybe, it's different church, different woman. Unless you remember something about, there's 65, unless you remember something about her description having green eyes. I wonder if it's, I mean, you're right. She could have realized that she's in too deep. Like, yeah, but why wouldn't he use her to replace the will? Okay, the Black Crown is 88 EC. Let's go there now. 88 EC. Up near Porky's place. We might stop in Porky's after we go here. Alright, let's see if you guys are right. Let's see if we can talk to the sun. The Black Crown trades on its reputation as a location where the well-heeled can rub elbows with the salt of the earth, which is to say that wealthy dandies can feel like adventurers without bumping their noses into anyone's knuckles. It might look disreputable, but it's all for show, a carefully maintained facade, we explained to Nathan. The owner confirms that Richard Zucker is a regular patron. Last night, he bought several rounds for everyone and stayed well past midnight. He was up on that table with his mate Horace Luker, singing a bawdy tune about a hedgehog. He's clearly making an alibi for himself, is what he's done. Sorry, that's not the section. He's making an alibi, right? He got up here, he made a big show of it, of being here all night. What type of shoes were they wearing? The owner raised his thick eyebrows. I don't know what them shoes are called. Expensive shoes, shiny shoes, whatever. All right, I think he was just creating an alibi for himself. Doesn't really help us. No mention of the girl. That's unfortunate. How about... That was Horace Luker. What about the other people he's got on his employee? 49 Southeast, Robert Hamilton. We're barred from entering Sir Robert Hamilton's home by the man himself. From his doorstep, he stares daggers at us. Yes, I abandoned Evangeline's circle of cuckoo birds. They bored me to tears. I lament her death, of course, but I have no more to say on the matter. And yes, Kevin Zucker entreated me to join him, but he was no more exciting and no more capable of magic than Evangeline. Goodbye. Sir Hamilton proceeds to slam the door in our face, but Nathan jams his impressively robust boot in the way. Unless you want to be chalked up as a suspect, you'll tell us where you were last night between 11 and midnight, Sir Hamilton. We cringe, but then the blood drains from Sir Hamilton's face. I was with Lord Bartholomew Grant. He's staying with me. After what happened to his carriage, we're somewhat loath to venture out again. You may enter and ask him yourself if you wish. We do, and Lord Grant corroborates the chain of events. This is the guy from the newspaper story, don't forget. So that's it. Not much use for us there. The last person on the payroll here is Sir William Hancock. I guess for completion's sake, we might as well visit him. Oh, well, now we've got an interesting thing. So here's Sir William Hancock, which is who we're told is one of the other people working for Zucker. But now look at this. If investigators have followed fewer than 8 leads, read the section below. If you followed more than 8 leads, read the section under the heading "A Little Too Late." Let me check in with the chat, see how the chat feels about that. Jonathan says, in retrospect, it is odd she has the original will. How did she get it? Did she take it with her when she left work? That seems to imply she did switch the wills. Did the butler give Zucker Jr. the original will? Then she saw it had a change of heart and stole it back and went to the church. And Tina says she went straight to church from the office at 9 p.m. John says, that's a good point, Antina, but why would she have left with the original will? Surely Zucker Jr. would have typed up the fake when she visited him, so she could have returned to work and switched them. No need for the butler. It's hard to know. I mean, we don't know that she's given us an original. She may have given us a copy, her work copy, like maybe she typed it up and it wasn't perfect, so she just put the bad copy in her file and typed up a new one. Maybe she always makes multiple copies, one for her own records and one for the files. But again, it doesn't seem like she has a need to break in. And Tina says, let's check the signature. All right, but first we got to decide what we're going to do about this situation we're at right now. I'm not a big fan of these less than 8, more than these types of things, but it seems to me we've done more than 8, so we got to read A Little Too Late. Right? I don't know how you would have gotten here under 8. John says, what caused her to go to sanctuary to church in the first place? If he did make her bring the fake thing in, then she could have had qualms, changed her mind. Once she found out Evangeline was dead, she might have panicked. All right, first let's go to A Little Too Late because we got here too late. This is something weird. This is very strange. I'm going to read it because I don't know what else to do about it. Sir William Hancock, which we stumbled on because we're told he was recruited. The sun has barely risen when we arrive at the entrance to Sir William Hancock's London apartment. We're just in time to see him lying in a pool of blood, while several bobbies wrestle with 3 ruffians. Other members of London's finest are battling to prevent Sir Hancock's butler and housekeeper from murdering the men who had evidently just taken the life of their employer. Before we can stop them, the miscreants are hauled off and we're informed that they will be taken to Titchfield Police Station. This is bizarre. Like, this was someone that we didn't think was related to anything. He's just mentioned as being one of the people working for Zucker. Now we arrive, we find him dead in a pool of blood. Told that they're going to Titchfield Police Station. How strange. 77 Northwest. Well, let's look up where Titchfield is and go visit and find out about this. But this is very weird. If we had gotten there early, we would see a big long thing. We would read 2 long pages if we had gotten here early for some reason. All right, let's look up police stations in Titchfield. 89 Northwest. Why was this guy murdered? Let's see if the police station knows anything about it. The entrance to the Titchfield police station is guarded by a bronze statue of Henry Fielding, creator of the Bow Street Runners and the spiritual ancestors of London's Metropolitan Police. This is sacred ground, even for lone wolves such as ourselves, eh? Nathan grunts. Inside, we are greeted by a heavily whiskered constable who almost certainly has bears in his ancestry, judging by his sheer size. Well, as I live and breathe, he mutters, Nathan Meyer, word has it you died and not even the devil could keep you down. Nathan shrugs. Well, I'm standing here, aren't I? Listen, Harry, much as I would love to catch up, there's work to do. Your boys brought some ruffians in not long ago. They killed someone of interest to us, Sir William Hancock. What do you know about this business? Well, I know the gang who killed him was angry because he stole some tatty old parchment from Ceylon. I have that straight out of their mouths. They say that Sir Hancock and a certain Jonathan Fairfax are both guilty of stealing ancient artifacts from some such what don't belong to them. Say, you sure you can't stay for a drink? I got some dice in my pocket. Dice in my pocket. I wonder if that's Cockney slang. Oh no, he's talking about dice to gamble. Thanks, Harry, but no, I don't have enough money to gamble with you. No one does. Well, this seems like it's out of the newspaper article about the parchment from Ceylon. I think this might be a little side case about the newspaper, right? Here, British citizen found dead in suspicious circumstances. A man named Jonathan Fairfax died in the Crown Colony of Ceylon 2 days ago. No new details. Murder. I don't know what this has to do with Zucker and why this guy was killed. He stole some parchment from Ceylon. Guilty of stealing artifacts that don't belong to them. Strange. All right. All right. That was a weird thing. Well, okay. There was something else someone wanted to do. Can we get a description of her somewhere? We could figure out. Where's our description of the young slip of a girl? Young slip of a girl, same girl, no physical description. Where else? I know there was someplace else. We have the ancient Egypt papers. This could be a connection. Oh, that's an interesting. It's an interesting theory. Evangeline's translations had to do with ancient Egypt papers, ancient Egyptian books. But no sign that she knew they were of any value. Hmm. Hmm. Jonathan says, now I'm more on Jesse's side that the changed will and Evangeline had to be two separate crimes because otherwise this whole murder plot had to come together today because he just learned he had been left out of the will today. I don't know if he just learned, but it is a good point that if she'd been threatened for a week. Do we have any more leads on where the butler goes? The butler seems clear to all this, but he's just with his mother. They don't really Let's go talk to Porky. And maybe it's time to talk to some of our other allies. All right, Porky is 52 EC. I think there was someplace else someone wanted to go that I've forgotten. Well, let's see if we can get some help from our allies at this point. Okay. Porky Shinwell's chin nearly hits the counter upon our arrival. By now, we can guess why. Yeah, it's going to be Nathan, isn't it? Well, call out the guard and send word to the Queen, Nathan. I thought you was dead as a dodo. Nathan makes a show of rolling up his sleeves and examining his wrists. Well, what do you know? Still warm, blood flows through my veins. Porky's face darkens. If I know anything about anything, and I generally know more than most, I would bet a crown or more that you are not here for a drink and a laugh. Where's Wiggins? Oh, out and about. Have you noticed anything strange going on recently? You mean stranger than the usual patterns of life down this end of London? As it happens, yeah, I saw a woman in here about 2 weeks ago. A woman? Gosh, how strange indeed. Porky rolls his eyes but grins. Do you want to hear the story or not? She was not the usual sort of gal what frequents my place. She's younger than the usuals, say 19 or 20, and pretty too. Not wealthy, no doubt about that. She was no lady, but soft-spoken, and she had a gent hanging about the door, looking around as if he were some sort of bodyguard. He tried sticking to the shadows, but I spotted him right enough. Tall he was and dressed like a rich lad trying to look rough. What really stood out was that this girl comes up to me and asks me for the name of a person who can fake signatures. Nearly fell right over. Girl like that asking for a service like that. That's what someone wanted to do. Maybe it was Antina wanted to look at the signatures. Well, did you help her? Porky slaps his eyes on the counter and vigorously polishes an already immaculate spot. Hey, would you like a pint for old time's sake? Sure, one for me and one for all my new friends. Porky complies. I might have told this young girl about a man who was only in London for a day. That is to say, he was leaving the day after she came round. He knows his trade, and he was sitting right here at the bar when she showed up. I introduced them, and they left together. Did you ever see any of them again? Well, neither hide nor hair of the forger, the girl, or her gent, and I didn't ask after them neither. We take a short break from our investigation to enjoy a pint while Nathan and Porky trade jokes about and stories as if they had never parted company. All right, so this sounds like it's Richard the son and his girl. Looking to fake signature. So is it really the secretary? And if so, they weren't breaking in to replace this. They were just replacing it. Tall and dressed like a rich lad trying to look rough. This is going to be Richard, whatever the name is of the Kevin Zucker. Is this Richard Zucker and his GF, his girlfriend, and is she the secretary? And did they forge the replacement note way before the break-in? Let's see. Question, could Evangelina not have been the intended victim? I don't think so. I think it was explained very clearly to me that this is how they always do it. They always have her drink. And she handed in the glass which he poured wine into. So that means that it had to be coated in cyanide beforehand, which really feels like it was the butler. Did the butler break in to replace his future father-in-law's will? Yes. Well, that's a real possibility. That's a real possibility. Are we sure that this girl he's traveling around with isn't Lavender? We're kind of sure, right? Because this isn't the butler who's getting this changed signature here, meeting the forger. This is Richard Zucker. This is Richard Zucker and his girlfriend, who you guys think is the secretary. And so now we think maybe So does this solve our question? You guys were saying, how does the secretary still have a copy of the original? Is our new thinking that the secretary is infatuated with Richard Zucker? He convinces her to go with him to forge a replacement and plant a replacement back in the files. So she takes her original, she puts the forged copy in, she puts the original in her purse. Then she learns Evangeline's been killed. She thinks Richard's gone too far. He's now killed Evangeline. So she panics. She goes to the church and she hands over the forged document. But really, Richard hasn't killed Evangeline because that wouldn't make sense. But does that make sense now why the secretary has the original? Because it wasn't swapped during a break-in. It was swapped by her for the original. And she was doing anything Richard wanted to replace the will to favor him. But when Evangeline turned up dead, she panicked. So the question then is, did Richard kill Evangeline as part of some convoluted plan? Or was it something completely separate? Tina says, let's read the landlady's description of her again. Okay, she lived at Kent House, 7WC. Oh yeah, Miss Joanna Scarborough has rooms here. All right. She's a good girl, pays her rent regular as clockwork, never makes noise, works hard, never has gentlemen callers over. Appreciate her being respectful. A young woman like her needs a husband. She has steady employment at that solicitor fellow. He does make her work late rather often. She goes to church regular. That's contradictory, isn't it? If she's the girlfriend of Richard Luker and they're hanging out at the Black Crown, she's also the church going. But then our other guy told us that he loved that she was in the bar. She blushed like she was trying to live on the. She's trying to go live in both worlds. Jonathan says, I don't think the secretary could know about the murder unless it was just from the gameskeeper talking about it really loud at church. She had been there from leaving work at 9 p.m. I see what you're saying. You're saying she didn't go run to the church after the murder. She ran to the church and hid out after work. Boy, that's hard to make sense of, though, isn't it? If she's the one that's helping him get the forged note and replacing it, why does she then have a crisis of conscience and stays at the church? Let me read what the church guy says about her again. Two members of my flock sheltering under my roof. She wishes to remain anonymous, but she'll entrust you with this. There was a desire to compare signatures. I'm not sure how much it helps us because Well, let's look at the original signature for a second. Actually, because not the signature. Let's look at the typewriters. Because this answers the question we were concerned about. If this is her original, if this is the original, it answers the question of what typewriter they have in this office. They have a bellwether with the small a. Here's the small a's. So if this is her original that they dictated at the office, then that means that this one is original and was dictated at the office. It's consistent with being original because it's the bellwether. This is our fake written by Richard. Makes sense. Kevin Zucker. Quite similar, but that's because they went to a professional forger. And then this one wasn't dictated, so we don't know anything about that. But then what on earth did the butler break in for? Just to see this? He doesn't need to break in to see this, does he? Because the daughter Lavender already knows it. He can't possibly be breaking in just to find out what the father's will says, because the father told the daughter. He said, "I'm going to take you out of the will if you're still working for Evangeline." So why would he have to break in? Strange. Was there a beggar that might have saw what happened that we didn't talk to? Yes. Yes. Good. Good. We forgot to check in with the beggar. Okay. Let's do that. It was at the office, which was 76. Jimmy Tallow. He's a beggar, usually outside the Red Boar. Okay. Red Boar we have been to before. It's over this way, I believe. Maybe somewhere up here. The Red Boar Inn, 34 Southeast. Okay, we'll do this, then we'll take a break, I think. Jimmy Tallow is in a sorry state indeed, as evidenced by his tattered attire and the unwashed smell that permeates the air around him. Once we've warmed his belly with some hearty soup, lubricated his throat with a pint, and filled his palm with a few coins, he's happy to answer our questions. Unfortunately, he cannot share much. He saw a vague figure shape inside Mr. Wilkie's office. The figure was moving around in a hasty fashion and using a small source of light which Mr. Tallow could not discern, given his own state of inebriation. Mr. Tallow responded by calling for the constables on patrol. Abruptly, the beggar jumps to his feet. "You seem like a decent lot, so I'll play it straight with you." His accent suddenly more rounded than it had been. "Esther Zucker pays me to keep an eye on the solicitor's office overnight in case there's any funny business. Just don't let him know I was drinking on the job, all right? That man might have a mind as twisted as a pig's tail, but he pays well. Oh, that's it. So he just explained to us why he was there and why he called the cops. But Mr. Zucker pays him. He pays everyone to keep an eye on everything. He's paying a lot of people to keep an eye on things. I wish I could know for sure whether the girlfriend is really the church girl. It might be time to go to the Hall of Records. Let's just see what we've got here. Jonathan says, I think during those 10 minutes, they must have typed up the fake will to match the dictated will. Just typed it on a piece of paper that already had the forged signature. Then she left with the fake to replace it at work. When were we told, when did Porky say they came in looking for signatures? Two weeks ago. 2 weeks ago. They were looking for a forger 2 weeks ago. Two weeks ago, they found a forger. What kind of craziness is this? Two weeks ago, they're looking to what? Because he just caught whiff of, I think we need to go back to Zucker's house and hear how he talks about his son. Like, has this been in the works for a while? It's just so ridiculous. The idea of killing Evangeline to get the father's will makes no sense. Instead, you'd kill the father. You can't possibly get the father's fake will put in place by killing Evangeline. That's just not sensible. All right, well, we have to take a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, so when we're taking our breaks, we're supposed to have breaks, but as sometimes happens during the breaks, we're just feverishly typing out theories in the chat, trying to make sense of stuff. I think we're still struggling with the idea of what does Evangeline's death have to do with anything. And maybe I've done us a disservice by suggesting that Richard Zucker's motive can't be to frame the father for the murder. I still don't buy it, but I'm just not sure. Hey, who gets Evangeline's money? I think we need to go to the records office, but who gets Evangeline's money? I mean, isn't that the first thing we should be asking ourselves? Are we making this more complicated than it needs to be? Shouldn't the first thing we ask ourselves be who inherits Evangeline's money? Evangeline had green eyes. Does Evangeline have a daughter, a church-going daughter? And is it the daughter that's Zucker's girlfriend? And is what we're looking at the two children of the two witches? Evangeline's daughter arranging for Evangeline to get killed, and Zucker's son forging his will, and they're going to knock him off next? Time to go to the records office and see if we can't get a tip on Evangeline's will. Somerset House is births, deaths, marriages, and wills, 17 WC. All right, not quite right, but I think we've got a clue here. At Somerset House, we confirm that Evangeline Dewan's will bequeaths all her worldly possessions to Jonathan Fairfax. At least that was the previous version. A will dated for March the 2nd left half her belongings to Miss Lavender Keystone and the rest to Fiona Forsland. All right, now things are starting to feel a little bit right now. Now I feel like we're a little late. We should have gone right here when she died. This is why the game punished us for finding that person after 8 leads. Because we should have asked Cui bono, or what is the saying? The Latin saying, who benefits? Cui bono? Who benefits from Angeline dying? Okay, so they used to go to Jonathan Fairfax. He was the person in the newspaper who was killed. Died 2 days ago. Then we found his friend has now been murdered as well. The new will from March the 2nd, half her belongings to Lavender Keystone and the rest to Fiona. So half her money went to the maid and half to Fiona, the other woman who was there, who we haven't spent much time talking to. Now, can we look at the newspaper article again? Did it tell us that the guy got killed? As reported by the Times 2 days ago. Okay, so here's what happened. 2 days ago, Jonathan Fairfax gets killed, and our Evangeline immediately changes her will based on that. She goes in, she says, this guy died, I'm changing my will, now it goes half to Lavender and half to Fiona. We don't know that this isn't a fake will. If there are fake wills going on, it's possible that this is also fake. Although remember that 2 weeks ago, they're looking for forgers. We were just assuming it was forging Zucker's will, but maybe it was about forging Evangeline's will. Either way, it now goes to Lavender and Fiona. Now, I want you to remember this weird convoluted thing where Lavender Keystone's father works for Fiona Forsland's father. Remember that? That was a very weird little piece of this. Where did we learn that? Does anyone remember where we learned that? It was when we talked to the daughter. I believe it's when we talked to the daughter. We went back to 41 Northwest and we had her shoes. We catch her off guard. Her shoes match. So, Fiona Forsman, look at that. Let's. This is a little web here going on. Evangeline changes her will to have to go to Fiona, and half goes to Lavender. And now on the same day that will gets changed to give Fiona half the money, that same day Fiona is filing for divorce. When we talk to her about it, she says, "My husband's a pompous and pious fool. I want nothing to do with him. Evangeline was kind enough to allow me to type my request for a divorce from her home. She also sent the request to Gunderson via one of her footmen." And then when we talk to Lavender, she says she's going to marry the butler. Then she says, "I enjoy working for Mrs. Dewan, but my father knew about her love of the occult. He pressures me to leave. My father was butler to Mrs. Forsland's husband." The father is the butler of this other woman who's getting half the money. The father is the butler to Baldric Forsland. So Evangeline changes her will. She gives everything to the Lavender and Forsland, and now Lavender and Forsland the two of them have very strong motives to kill Evangeline now to get that money. Right? Anna says, "I asked before, what are we missing? Here's the answer. If it only happened 2 days ago, why was Holmes and Wiggins on it for at least a week?" That's a good point. That's a good point. Evangeline was very healthy. If they wanted to inherit, they'd have to kill her. Do we know Hancock's occupation? I don't know it. You have a good point, though, that if this was their plan, The other thing is that, as for motive, if she really is in the will, if it's a genuine will giving her half the money, then why kill her? You're not unhappy as the maid. She seems to be fine doing the work. Why not? Does she really not like being the maid? Do you really have to kill the person, or wouldn't you just be happy to be in the will and know that you're going to come into all this money eventually? And Tina says we should check the Milburn house. So you're talking about the fact that Milburn Holmes, I wrote down that we did find a Milburn something's house at 50 Northwest, even though we don't think this is. All right, here's Rudolph Milburn. There is an entry here. All right. So if we look up a Milburn Holmes house, we don't find Milburn Holmes, but we found Randolph Milburn. Mr. Randolph Milburn receives us warmly and leads us immediately to a cozy smoking room where we meet none other than Dr. Watson. Nathan, the good doctor, rises and shakes the detective's hand warmly. Have the irregulars been good to you? Yeah, they've been showing me the ropes well enough. Marvelous. I bet you were not expecting to find me here, hey? I'm afraid you only just missed Holmes. He was posing as Holmes Milburn, as we suspected, aiming to infiltrate Evangeline Dewan's little group. This was our theory. Did he leave any information for us? Oh, he expressed his supreme confidence that you can crack this nut on your own. However, he did suggest that you hotfoot your way over to Sir William Hancock without delay. London certainly hasn't been grown any boring since I left. All right, well, here was our tip that we could have gotten to him and saved his life, but we failed. That's going to haunt us, but... we'll have to make sure to read that at some point when we finish. 77 Northwest. I mean, we can reread the part we. So we're too late. So we won't jump to the too late part. And we get to London's apartment. He's in a pool of blood. The butler and housekeeper are trying to murder the men who had evidently just taken the life of their employer. Before we can stop them, they go to Titchfield Police. Titchfield Police say... the gang who killed him was angry because he stole some parchment from Ceylon. They say that Sir Hancock and a certain Jonathan Frakes are both guilty of stealing ancient artifacts that don't belong to them. Let's go to a couple more. Let me see here. And it says maybe they murdered the other chap as well abroad, although that would be wild. The maid just lost her inheritance from her father. Maybe the butler wouldn't marry her without money. Yeah, but now she's got the money from Evangeline. But you're saying the Evangeline money wouldn't come in until Evangeline's dead? I don't know. She wasn't going to make much money from the... We should say that it's possible the Evangeline will is fake, for all we know. Is it possible that they've been planning to kill Evangeline? That they've been planning to kill Evangeline for 2 weeks, and that's why they've been making her think that this other guy was trying to kill her. That's going to be their deflection of blame. And then it was always Lavender was always going to try to kill Evangeline. And so Lavender, is it Lavender that's killing Evangeline? And then they faked the will? John said, I'm for visiting more informants. We might be near the end of clue entries. I agree. We need to, let's do some more. Let's go through some informants. Let's try Lomax at 5 Southwest, the librarian. London Library is a veritable treasure trove of knowledge on a stunning array of topics. None of it, however, can advance our investigation. Langdale Pike is also on this page. Langdale Pike is unavailable. We're informed that he traveled to the office of Henry Ellis. Mycroft Holmes is absent from the Diogenes Club, having left to see Quentin Hogg. Okay, so these are telling us go visit these other people. All right, let's try then Quentin Hogg, 35 EC. Or here, we'll start here at the Times. At the Times, we discover Henry Ellis in the company of Langdale Pike. Henry dangles a cigarette between his lips. Nathan, how are you old rascal? He just missed Sherlock Holmes himself. Dear friends, this is Nathan Meyer. He's been hot on the heels of a smuggler of ancient artifacts named Jonathan Fairfax for, how long has it been? 2 years. We cannot completely suppress our annoyance at Nathan for playing his cards so close to his chest. Okay, so this is no accident, this little side case that we were very slow to hook onto. So maybe this is about Evangeline's stolen Egyptian documents. Well, now we know what Nathan Meyer is here for. He's on this trail. Jonathan Fairfax steals them. They're so valuable that Evangeline leaves her will to him. She's close with him. Henry resumes. As reported in the Times, the search for Johnny Fairfax has now terminated most tragically. However, new intelligence has surfaced which might yet prove relevant. Langdale Pike chimes in. Johnny Fairfax was Evangeline Dewan's son. I've been hearing the rumors for years, but I always disregarded them as insufficiently salacious for my taste. Clearly, I erred. She gave birth to him when she was unwed to her unwed. Her older sister raised him as her own. Johnny Fairfax was Evangeline Dewan's son. Exclamation point. She gave birth to him when she was unwed. Her older sister raised him as her own. My contacts in Ceylon, Henry interjects, have confirmed that Jonathan has been murdered by a criminal gang from whom he had been attempting to steal sheafs of papyrus. those same contacts were able to retrieve some of his personal documents, among them a few letters which verify that Evangeline had revealed her identity to Jonathan 7 years ago. At that point, she groomed him as her personal smuggler. The job in Ceylon, which ended his life, was intended to be his last. What's more, Kevin Zucker is Jonathan Fairfax's father. Though as far as I can discern, he's unaware of that fact. What the hell? So Nathan turns to us. What are we to make of that? Oh, I don't know. She groomed him as her personal smuggler. Okay, so she's smuggling all these books and illegal stuff, and he using Jonathan Fairfax, her son, to steal them. And she's got these Egyptian books, her last project, and someone is killing her for it. Maybe these people, the same people that killed her son, have killed her. And Zucker is the father, which is pretty weird. All right, let's read Quentin Hogg. Arriving in Quentin Hogg's office, we're surprised to find both Mycroft Holmes and our own dear Wiggins. Horace Luker's father, Brandon, has been drawing our suspicion for years, Mycroft drawls before stifling a yawn. We suspect he operates a smuggling ring of some sort from a base in Ceylon, which undermines the government's colonial holdings there. Regrettably, evidence has proven difficult to collect. Horace Luker's father, Brandon. So he's got Zukers and Lukers. Ernie continues. Oh boy, look at this. Fortunately, Quentin interjects, your resourceful friend Wiggins has infiltrated Horace Luker's household. He managed to purloin these letters from Brandon to his son. My son completely liquidated. However, signature escaped. Will arrive in London shortly. February 27th, your devoted father. My son, abandon Evangeline's circle. She has seen through the nature of our trade. My son, inform KZ that a shipment of papyrus will arrive next week. This is going to be Kevin Zucker. Our counterfeiters will have done sterling work. Sustain your acquaintance with KZ's son. Verify whether our ruse remains. This comes first, then this, then this. So first he's saying to Luker, who is, let's remind ourselves who Luker is. Who is Luker to these people? He's a guy who was in the Evangeline circle, but no more. Okay. So father says, inform Kevin Zucker, shipment of papyrus will arrive next week. Counterfeiters, sustain your acquaintance with Casey's son. Verify whether our ruse remains. Then he says, get out of Evangeline's circle. She is seen through the nature of our trade. Come lately liquidated. However, signature escaped. We'll arrive in London shortly. I don't know what this is about. But when we go to Lucre, 65 Southwest, what do we get? Horace Lucre. Horace Lucre's household. Brandon to his son. Horace Lucre's father, Brandon. All right, so the father is Brandon. All right, so we talked to Horace. Horace Lucre's a peacock. Heartbroken here, old Evangeline popped her clogs. I left her circle months ago. It was dull. This is all lies. Kevin Zucker made promises. Those were all lies too. Then he tells us that Richard is a real hoot. There's a man who knows how to spend a night. Fred Porlock. I'm just going through our other informants. I'm not sure if Fred Porlock is going to have anything to say to us. Nothing at Fred Porlock. We went to Porky. We went to... Did we go to Edward Hall? 36 EC? I'm not sure we did. Yes, we did. That was Quentin Hogg. Disraeli O'Brien at the National Archives, 14 WC. Regrettably, I am unable to assist you myself. Disraeli O'Brien's hands vibrate with enthusiasm. However, Quentin Hogg and I have been talking about one of our suspects for days, Horace Lucre. Can't find anything incriminating about him in the National Archives, but his father is a different kettle of fish altogether. Brandon Lucre runs a shipping business from Ceylon. Numerous allegations of smuggling have been leveled against him. None of these charges have stuck, but Quentin might have something of value. Well, that's who we're talking to. The last informant is New Scotland Yard, where Lestrade might be recuperating. Inspector Lestrade is unavailable, having been ordered to see a medical practitioner for possible injuries following his encounter with the stranger at 53 Baker Street. His subordinates make no attempt to conceal their mirth. All right. Jonathan figured it out, Jesse. Okay, let's see. Jonathan says, come lately is Fairfax and signature equals Hancock. Signature Hancock makes sense, except, yeah, John Hancock. I thought that was a U.S. thing. Come lately. Okay, I'll take your word for it. Oh, come lately liquidated. Okay, I see. This is Fairfax liquidated. Fairfax got killed. Jonathan Fairfax was killed, but Hancock escaped. I see. Okay, that makes sense. And Hancock is the guy that they just managed to kill that we didn't save. Is that right? Yeah. So Hancock escaped. This is the guy. Hancock actually got killed on our watch because we were too late to save him. So these are smugglers. And she's getting killed because she's stolen stuff from them. But what's the... And Tina says, I thought Luker left Evangeline's circle way before. Well, here they are talking about Fairfax is liquidated on February 27th. I guess that matches up with the... It's a little off by a couple days, but it's about right. Fairfax was found 2 days ago, or as the Times reported 2 days ago. 2 days ago. That would put it March 1st, but okay. Close enough. So is it all this gang that's killing Evangeline having nothing to do with anything but revenge for stealing? So they've been on the trail of these people who stole this stuff. And the trail leads them here to Evangeline's circle. Nathan contacts Holmes to start monitoring this circle, and Evangeline in particular. In the meantime, this gang is hunting down Hancock, Fairfax, etc. to punish them from stealing. I'm still a little bit confused about why we've got two criminals fighting each other. It's I'm a little bit unsure about that. But then that has nothing to do with the break-in. And what's Zucker's role in all this? Inform Zucker that shipment of papyrus will arrive next week. Okay, so we know Zucker is involved with this, is allied with this group. Zucker and Luker's families are working together. Sustain your acquaintance with KZ's son. So Zucker and this Luker They're in an alliance. They're trying to trick Evangeline. And what? Sell her counterfeit stuff, maybe? Is it a war, a gangland, underground war between Evangeline's people and Zucker's people? Is that what it is? Is Evangeline's group the group that killed Hancock? But no, Hancock's her son. Oh, I see. Okay. So is it that we have two teams? We have Evangeline and her son Fairfax, and then we have Zucker and the Lucers. And Zucker and the Lucers were trying to deceive Evangeline's group and sell them purportedly illegal stolen stuff, artifacts. And at some point, Evangeline sees through the fakery I'm not sure what she does, but then they go on a hunt against Evangeline's group. They kill off Fairfax, and they eventually pay the butler to poison her. Is that what it is? And then the question is, the butler is trying to take advantage of this. The butler's trying to take advantage of this to get the extra will for his bride, and Zucker's son is trying to take advantage of this to get the will from his father. Jonathan says, I'm a bit curious. Is there a chance we want to meet up with some of the some other time this weekend for a second session to answer these questions? There's still plenty of time for this session, but I'm a little low on energy. I'm a little low on energy myself, to be honest. Let me see. I'm not sure we have much more to read. I'm not sure there's any leads left, really. Let me just see. A little bit more northwest. A little bit more north. That's Sherlock Holmes' house. There's very little left, but it wouldn't be crazy. How are people fixed for playing for 2 hours tomorrow on Saturday night at 11? Can everyone meet up for an hour or two on Saturday night? I could do Saturday. I don't think we have much longer to play, but I do feel like I'm a little more tired than normal, and we might be sort of just running out of steam in terms of energy to wrap our heads around it. Jonathan says it would work for me. What about Anna and Tina? If it works for Anna and Tina, then we'll meet tomorrow at 11 p.m. And Tina says, works for me. Anna, can you meet at 11 tomorrow? Okay. All right, so let's do that. Let's okay, so that's what we're going to do. We're going to stop here. We're going to meet up again unplanned tomorrow. Otherwise, we could finish it tonight, but it would be, I feel like it would be jumping to the end and sort of just reading the solution rather than chewing on it a little bit. So we'll stop here. We'll meet again at 11 p.m. Maybe we'll refresh our memory about the details and we'll read the questions relatively soon. And then maybe tomorrow with a fresh set of eyes, it'll make a little bit more sense to us. Thanks for joining. I'll see you all tomorrow at 11 p.m. Bye.